sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Saturday morning, and no one is safe while we troll the digital airwaves. Join us as we discuss the latest news in the world of sports and review the events of the past week. No fantasy sports here. We keep it real. And remember, we kill brain cells. Hell, we are the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. You have been warned. We are repetitive and redundant. We have no peers. Hell, we are the internet's ongoing traffic wreck. Don't even get out your car. Don't get out your bike. Don't go for a walk. We're here. We're the ones. So I tell you, we are terribly excited. Hell, we carry more water for sports than even Depends can handle. So good morning, and good morning. Of course, I'm the Scorekeeper, ladies and gentlemen, and Jay is unable to count, so I'm going to have to tell him. Apparently, he and Almighty are going to begin a new program, so I don't know how many episodes are going to be, but I believe sometime this summer, we're going to go ahead and have a Breaking Bad rewatch from episode 1 all the way through to the end of episode 5. Details coming, but I understand we're going to have a season 6 Better Call Saul rewatch, and that's Jay and Almighty, and I am looking forward to it. I believe their first episode is tomorrow. Once I get full additional details, we will be announcing them. But boy, is there a lot going on. Look at the link down there. There it is, ndbmedia.net. Check out a lot of stuff that is going on. Of course, as you know, Michael Day is responsible for almost everything as far as the guests go here on NDB Media. Tomorrow, Cosmo K of the ARC will be joining us at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Time. Samantha Glassner, also of the ARC, will be joining us on May 8th. That's Monday night at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern. On the 21st, Christy Burke, who plays the captain on the ARC, will be on May 21st at 11 a.m. Pacific Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Dania Cash of Hearts in the Game will be joining us on May 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern. Ben Emanuel of Have Hope, Yo! Travelers, Eureka, Continuum, and Kingdom Hospital will be joining us on May 29th at 6 p.m. Pacific Time. Also confirmed, but time to be determined, Evan English of Enterprise, Jelena Moore and Stephen William Moore of the ARC, Naledi Murray of Sweet Tooth, and Skyla Elise of Crossover. And I believe the website has not been updated. I believe we actually have an update for Skyla Elise. Let me check right now. I think she's actually already booked. Let me see. So website has not been updated. Yes, that'll be June 5th at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern. So I believe June 6th is a Monday. No, June 5th. That is a Monday. I said June 6th, didn't I? June 5th. So that's a quick look at the upcoming schedule here on NDB Media. And I got to tell you, terribly excited. And Jay already gave us a little bit of love right now. Good morning, coffee. I'm having a little bit right here. It's a miracle. 33 games into the season. And last night, Matt's A's finally got their very first win by starting pitcher. Oh, let's give it up for the Athletics. Yeah, boy. Hey, it is what it is. Folks, we have quite a few people already with us this morning. Why don't you let us know who you are and where you hail from? You're watching on the Sports Talk with the Guys channel, Twitch, and, of course, YouTube on NDB Media. Please give us a like, subscribe. It helps the old men, and I really do like that. So, of course, the engineers making friends with Lethal Migraine, and really good stuff. Shout out to Pete Marine, classmate of mine, voyeur extraordinaire. Thanks for letting me know, and thanks for the birthday thoughts, brother. Oh, we'll go over some of the birthdays very, very soon. But taking a look in our community corner, we do not have any announcements. Don't forget, if you want us to announce an event anything that you've got going, just contact us and we will gladly share it. And good morning, Aisha from across the pond. I believe Aisha is watching the coronation. I was trying to watch it. I was exhausted and I'm tired. I did see the anointing and I don't know what else. Well, relatively speaking, there was a cover when he was being anointed. So, incredible day in history, or just an incredible day. Incredible day in history. You know when the host has nothing to say when they say something like that. Or, look, we're changing history. Or, we're making this. Duh! You breathe. You're changing history. Yes. And Jay, it is on calendar. Joke Night returns to NDB Media. I was going to look up Joke Night. That's funny. Joke Night is on calendar, folks, so let me go to it right now. Hell, our anniversary program is scheduled on September 28th at 8 p.m. NDB Media debuted on September 28th, 2008. Wow. It was on a Tuesday night, and we are terribly excited about that. So we are going to be marking the commencement of year 16 on NDB Media. Wow. That's on September 26th. So Joke Night is not scheduled yet. Oh, so I believe Joke Night will be on May 22nd. That one's going to be late. That one's going to be at 8 p.m. Pacific time because we have a guest that day. Yes, Dania Cash at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So a lot of stuff is going on right now. So I'm going to get through my spiel. I'm already 8 minutes in and absolutely awesome. It is cold today. It is 46 degrees. I don't want to hear it from anyone. Sunrise was about 12 minutes ago at 5:56 a.m. Sunset at 7:38 p.m. Wow, it's going to get to a high of 68, overnight low of 50. So it's going to be warmer tomorrow morning than it is now overnight. Humidity is 95%. Pressure is 30.06 inches and dropping. Visibility is at 10 miles. I didn't take a look up there, but what do I know? Wind is heading to the southwest at 2 miles per hour. Dew point is just 1 degree ago at 45. UV index, of course, is 0 of 10. And we are in a waning gibbous right now. So let us know the temperature where you're at. Share the misery. Back on May 6th in 1895, the 21st Kentucky Derby. James Soup Perkins aboard Halma wins the last Kentucky Derby run over a distance of 1.5 miles, or for those of you in the metric system, 2.4 kilometers. I'm serious. Back in 1925, Ty Cobb hits his 5th homer in 2 games, tying Cap Anson's record of 1884. Wow. In 1979, American Fred Markham, who was 22 at the time, sets a bicycle speed record of 81.8 kilometers per hour or 50.8 miles per hour over a 200-meter course. Woohoo! Terribly exciting. And speaking of terribly exciting, don't I know you?
Hello, Scorekeeper. How you doing?
Doing well, Studley, in his Breaking Bad uniform. Gotta tell you.
Okay. So, what are you wearing your colors today, Raj?
It's cold, so I went casual today. I'm not wearing my colors. I should go in and get them. So was that bullshit for me not wearing my colors?
No. I guess I wish I would have thought of it, but no, it was an actual call.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Quite a bit of information going on in the chat room. I may join you later if you wish, not just sure what is happening right now. I don't know what that means. So, Aisha, thank you for letting us know. And, of course, good morning, Almighty, from Jay. So,
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Alicia. I guess what is a coronation going by your house? Is that why you don't know what's going on?
I was up watching a bit of it, and I'm tired because I was up watching it, but I was in and out. The TV was on in the living room or in my room, and that was about it.
Okay.
I think when I woke up at 5:30, the carriage had arrived into Buckingham Palace, so I missed the procession. 4,000 military members are going to be saluting the king, and I think by now the balcony scene is happening. This is a big deal for royal watchers, is who's on the balcony. So, yes. Where is that bell? Where is that?
What's going on? Oh, there's the bell. Well, all right. Well, since we're at it, but it says by popular demand by Jay, right? Yeah, by Jay.
By popular demand.
Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to hit that
that
notification bell so you don't miss an exciting, pulse-pounding episode of Sports Talk with the Guys.
Excellent stuff, folks. Check us out. There's NDB Media on Facebook. We also have our Twitter feed, which we're going to be getting to, which is NDB Sports. Of course, we've always had that separate of the primary. We have twitter.com/NDB Media. So it's a lot of stuff going on, folks. So just bear with us a little bit. Of course, there's twitch.tv/NDB Media. And, of course, the original channel, Blog Talk Radio. So good stuff. Ooh, I got to move this up so I can see it here. There it is. Okay, in the order of things, I guess I have to move this up. So there it is. I'm working on the StreamYard thingy, putting them in order. Order! I demand order! All right.
Do you?
I do. So Jay is giving you £1. And can I send the link? I don't see this episode listed on StreamYard. At the very bottom of StreamYard, there is additional
You may have
pages.
to load more.
You hit, yes, there is load more at the bottom or see more.
Yeah, there is.
I did send the link to our chat as well as the NDB Media page. Otherwise, let me see if I can send it directly to you. So hold on one moment. Sorry, folks. Internal issues.
Well, Alicia, it's only 9 o'clock here. And
where you are.
Where I am. So things don't really start happening until later on in the day. So
I just sent it over.
And Roger has several hours before his happenings start over in SoCal.
Yes, today is Comic Book Day in America, folks. It is a big deal here in the United States of America. Today is the first Saturday. Well, actually, I'm not sure if it's just the first Saturday or if it's the first weekend of May. So
the first Saturday of May, same thing. First weekend.
All right.
Unless you count Sunday as a weekend.
Well, if there's a movie on June 29th or June, I should say April.
June. No.
April.
Movies are usually made for that weekend. I mean, they might start out the Thursday before, but yeah, there's usually Marvel used to have a movie come out, or DC had a movie come out during Free Comic Book Day to coincide with the date. You are correct, Mr. Scorekeeper.
It's not my intent to be correct, but we'll see. Yes, the big dog has gone dark again. And Aisha did notice that. So it's gone.
Yeah, must have lost his dog bowl.
Yeah, I have to see if we can fix that. So very quickly, folks, in AVP, the volleyball schedule, May 19th through the 21st, the AVP Pro Series continues, and Huntington Beach Open. And then the one after that is the Virginia Beach Open, which is the AVP Tour Series. That one is June 9th through the 11th in Virginia Beach. Also, very quickly, we'll go over the Telstra Premiership stuff in a bit. I believe the big dog now is operating, if that's the term we may use.
Sure.
All right. Well, good morning, Big Dog. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, gentlemen?
Pretty good. How you doing, Big Dog? Y'all excited about today?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you? Are you excited for today's Scorekeeper?
I'm actually excited on a personal level. I'm going to be meeting my half sibling today, and it's going to start with a family phone call. And I don't know exactly when that's going to happen. It's going to happen in the afternoon. So it's very possible I will not be involved in the comic book day festivities, much to my disappointment. But there is something bigger going on right now. So.
But that phone
Keeper
call,
with you.
that phone call could happen at any place in SoCal, Roger.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people involved. I appreciate the opinion and commentary. I'm just saying that I will more than likely not be able to partake.
Well, that is a sad story, Big Raj.
It is sad.
But your family matters should come first.
Well, we'll see how it's going to work.
Unless it's not on a. I mean, is this a positive thing or is this
Yes,
just
it is.
okay? Well, then go for it.
Almighty, wouldn't it be funny if they, when they meet and it's Roger, it's Roger, but Roger in a dress?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I doubt it. The individual does have a sense of humor and very sharp. I've already spoken to her on the phone. And like I said, it's going to be a long distance connection right now and see how it goes. So I am looking forward to that. Playing it by ear. I just know it's going to happen today. That's why, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get in the festivities. Shout out to my older sister whose birthday is tomorrow. Good for her. Rose. So warm and fuzzies, older sister. So we shall see.
Hey Jay, hey Aisha. I see you you found the video I sent you last night, funny, Scorekeeper, about the coronation. I'm pretty sure that's the one you liked on Instagram.
Trying to remember it. It's been already 6-7 hours since I saw it, unfortunately, and I don't recall it right now.
About the coronation, and they could stick it up their ass.
Oh yeah. Wow. Yep, that's right. So who knows? Maybe you can show it here in a little bit, and Aisha can get a kick out of it. Good morning, Rosalind. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is out. Who's going to go see it? I don't know. I'm going to get around to seeing it. I don't know. Did Big Dog raise his hand?
Yeah, he wants to know who's going to go see it. I'm going to go see it on Tuesday, on $5 Tuesday.
Woohoo! And speaking of $5 Tuesday, showing up on a Saturday. Good morning.
Good morning.
Look, in all the years that we've known each other, young lady, that is the first shot I've ever taken.
I never said a word, Mr. Noriega.
Oh, all evidence to the contrary.
Ooh, it's Mr. Noriega now.
Yeah. I believe this is a big day where she's at right now, so I have to be kind and rewind. So thank you for the shout out, Roz, of course, Peter Gama, Aisha Kerr, and Jay Simmons. Thank you for the likes this early in the program. Folks, we are absolutely blown away by our numbers on Twitch TV. We are blown away by our YouTube numbers. We're well over 100, heading to 150 on likes and subscriptions. Or actually not likes. We're actually getting quite a few likes. Thank you. But subscriptions, subscribers. So we are really, really happy with that. The flyby for the coronation has been scaled back due to bad weather. Well, that was in May. So let's see. Lethal Migraine says, couldn't care less about comic book movies. When it's on Disney Plus, I may give it a watch. Well, there is a lot going on this weekend. So good stuff. Jay says, cool, Big Dog.
He always says all that kind of stuff. He was probably first in line Thursday night to watch it, or Wednesday night when it came out.
Yeah.
Just like he doesn't know anything about basketball and he doesn't know anything about baseball.
We refer to that as being his shtick. I'm going to start off with one of the stories right now. I don't know if anyone did catch this, but this was early yesterday. It was from the Independent. Miss Universe finalist Sienna Weir dies in a tragic horse riding accident. Apparently, Australian model and 2022 Miss Universe finalist Sienna Weir has died. She was 23 years old after being taken off life support following a tragic horse riding accident. The accident occurred at Windsor Polo Grounds in Australia on April 2nd when Weir was riding her horse and it fell. She was rushed to Westmead Hospital where she was put on life support for several weeks. Weir's friends and family confirmed the model died on Thursday, the 4th of May, to news.au, who first reported the news. Tributes have poured in for Sienna Weir on social media, with fans and colleagues in the modeling industry paying their respects on her last Instagram post. Rest in peace, my friend. We'll miss you, read one comment. Taken from the world far too soon. Rest in peace, Sienna, said someone else. Miss International 2022 winner Jasmine Selberg commented under Weir's last Instagram post, "As a fellow equestrian, this pains me even more. Rest in peace." Yep. As you know, Weir was one of the 27 finalists in the 2022 Australian Miss Universe competition. In an interview with Gold Coast magazine, Weir spoke about her plans to move to London and continuing her career in modeling. She graduated from Sydney University with a double degree in English literature and psychology and had a passion for writing poetry. A bright star, 22.
Wow.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I believe she's 23. I'm sorry, she was 23. A bright star taken from us tragically and very, very young into her life. At 22, for everyone here, we all remember 22. We hadn't even started to live yet. So our thoughts are with her family and with those that knew her. We are saddened by her loss. So, Mr. Big Dog, did you want to go ahead and give us an update in the realm of basketball?
Sure, if you'd like.
No.
Not really.
Yesterday's games, it was the Celtics over the 76ers, 114-102. The Celtics now have a 2-1 lead in this best of 7 series, and it was the Suns finally getting a win over the Nuggets, 121-114. Denver leads on that one, 2-1. Today's games, it will be the Knicks at the Heat, with with the series tied 1-1. And it will be the Lakers and the Warriors at in LA on ABC today at 5:30 Pacific time. And that series is also tied 1-1 after the Lakers got their asses handed to them on Thursday and lost by 27. Tomorrow's games, let's see. It should be. Yep, that's everybody. It's just those 4 teams.
Jay says Harding has disappeared.
Harding. James Harden?
Yes, probably, most likely.
Well, I mean, they've only played the 3 games. The thing was, remember when he scored 45, 47 points in that win, Joel Embiid was out, and he was then asked to become the old James Harden. And he said in an interview about that he, when he came to the Sixers, that they wanted him to be a facilitator and get Joel Embiid in better position so he could score more. So he knew he wasn't the main scorer in that type of setting, but he says he can score. He can still score at will, and he did show us that in that win when he scored like I said, 45, 47 points. It was the old James Harden. I had been wondering about that, but after an interview when he explained that, that's not what they wanted from him, then I understood that. And that's the type of player, much as we like to make fun of Harden and, his going out to strip clubs and everything else that he does, he is a team player, and we've always talked about him being a diva because, every time the going gets tough, he has to be traded. The Sixers are now his fourth team, I believe. Is that about right, Scorekeeper? Oklahoma, Houston, Brooklyn, and now here.
Yeah.
Now with the Sixers, I'm trying to see if I skipped a team or not.
I think you may have it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he, hearing him say that, I was a little bit shocked, but good to know that he, accepted the fact that he didn't have to be the number one scorer anymore, which I think he might have liked, because when you have the entire team on your shoulders for 5, 7, 8 years straight, you get tired. And it's nice to be able to say, here, you guys score. I'll pass the ball to you guys. So we'll see. It's a good series. The Celtics are probably going to come out on top. They're the stronger team. But as I said, it's an enjoyable series. The Lakers and the Warriors, I have faith. And they also did a thing that when the Lakers and Warriors have faced each other in the playoffs, even though it hasn't happened that often, the Lakers pretty much have owned the Warriors. I think they faced each other, I think they said it was 7, either 8 or 9 times, and Lakers have won 7 of those times. So, but of course that was years and years ago. So we'll see what happens. But that one is a fun series to watch.
Jay had a few other comments as well. Yes. All right. Go ahead, Almighty. Do you have a story that you would like to get to? And then Anime Girl, get ready. So we're going to be going to you. Yes, we're doing the round robin as we get through this. A lot of stuff to talk about. The hosts usually come to play and have something to say. So got to get back to that. Almighty, you're muted.
How am I now? Is that better?
You're just fine.
That might be a trick question that I'm not willing to entertain, but
you're still good looking.
Intiendo. Okay. What does that mean, Roger? Does it mean anything? No.
I believe it does.
Well, back in high school, my friend that took Spanish thought it meant I understand. So.
Yes.
I don't know if it does or not. I could be wrong about that since I didn't take high school Spanish.
Means that I get it. I understand. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I just didn't know. I've been saying it for decades. I could be wrong. Going by. But anyway, since I'm up in this little escapade, I will go with the Major League Baseball standings, because there's some good news here, especially in the American League East. In the American League East, the Tampa Bay Rays, with a 27th overall payroll in baseball, is 27-6. The last 10, they've been 7-3. The second place team, the Baltimore Orioles, are 22-10, 4.5 games out. The Red Sox are 20-14, 7.5 games out. And across the border, the northern border, that is, the Blue Jays are 19-14, and are 8 games out. The New York Yankees, with the second highest payroll, are in the basement with an amazing record of 17-16, and are 10 games out. Oh God, poor Roger.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's not September, I understand, but it's fun. But I'm going to have fun with this while it lasts. I know the Yankees will probably have this big comeback, but
I don't know.
But anyway, let's go over to the American League Central. Oh, let's not do that. Oh my God, no. Okay. The Minnesota Twins are 19-14, first place. The Detroit Tigers are 14-17, 4 games out. And the mighty Cleveland Indians are 14-18, 4.5 games out. The last 10, they are an amazing 3-7. The Chicago White Sox are 11-22, 8 games out. And the Kansas City Royals are a huge 8-25, but they're only 11 games out, and they're 3-7 in their last 10. In the American League West, the mighty Texas Rangers are 18-13, and the mighty California, or what is it? Is it still Los Angeles, or the Anaheim of California?
No,
or
it's still Los Angeles.
It's the Los Angeles Angels of Chavez Ravine.
Well, whatever. They change it all the time. It used to be
Every
the
day of the
California. I remember it was the California Angels, and that seemed to be simpler. But now they keep changing it, the Angels of the Sewer or Angels of Los Angeles or whatever. Anyway, they are actually tied, 19-14. Last 10, they're 8-2, so they're creeping up on the mighty Texas Rangers.
And they beat the Texas Rangers last night.
So yeah, so that got them a. So they're playing this weekend, Big Dog?
Yes, sir.
So the Angels of whatever can grab first place tonight. Interesting.
They could, but they'll probably lose.
Okay, well, thanks for the enthusiasm there, Big Dog.
I have no faith in my Angels anymore.
Well,
I am still a fan, but they have let me down so many times.
Well, it's still early, and it's not like the Rangers have a huge record like some teams, like the Rays or whatever, still within striking distance, and maybe they can. Anyway, everybody's favorite team, the Houston Assholes, are 17-15. They are 1.5 games out. The Seattle Mariners are 15-17, and bringing up the bottom is Speedy's favorite team, the Oakland Athletics, who are astounding 7-26. They are 12 games out, and they have been 2-10 in the last 10 games. So that's the American League standings. Over the National League, we'll go through this real quick. The Atlanta Braves in the East are 22-11. In second place is the New York Mets, the Ice Princess. That's her team with this first in payroll this year are 17-16. They're 5 games out. Last 10, they're 3-7. So it looks like that big payroll is working out. The Marlins of Miami are 16-17. The Philadelphia Phillies are 15-18, and the Washington Nationals are 13-19. And they are 8.5 out. Over in the Central, the Pittsburgh Pirates are 20-13. In second place is the Milwaukee Brewers, 18-14 at 1.5 game out. The Chicago Cubs, 16-16 at 500, 3.5 out, 3-7 in the last 10. The Cincinnati Red Stockings, 13-19.
The Scorekeeper's second favorite team.
And the St. Louis Cardinals, 10-23, 10 games out, 1-9 in their last 10. The New York, gosh dang it, National League West. The Dodgers are 19-14, 7-3 in their last 10. The Arizona Diamondbacks, 18-14, a half game out. San Diego Padres, 18-15, 1 game out, 7-3 in their last 10. The Diamondbacks are 6-4, and the Dodgers are 7-3. The San Francisco Giants are 14-17, but they're 6-4 in their last 10. And the Rockies from Colorado are 12-21, and they are 6-4. So we'll see how that all pans out in the end. With that being said, that is the Major League Baseball standings as of this morning and last night after all the final games. So thank you very much for your time
sir,
and your patience as I go through the baseball standings.
Morning, Gridiron Girl.
Hello,
Good morning, Grid.
of course, and good morning.
Good morning, Gig. How you doing?
And I want to give a shout out to Sonia Robles for giving us a like. We're up to 5 this morning. Thank you.
Woohoo!
If Anime Girl is ready to go, if not, I do have a few baseball stories. I'm not sure if people realize Bryce Harper, America's hope to do well, has returned. And apparently, there's a timeout call. Timeout.
We didn't get to Anime Girl.
Yeah.
He did, but then he carried on. So I just let him.
As a matter of fact, I said to stay with baseball.
You've got to keep Roger. I'm sorry, Scorekeeper on task.
Really?
No, I just let him go.
Go ahead, Anime Girl. What you got her there? Rugby, soccer, football.
No, you carry on,
cricket.
Roger.
What about
No,
cricket?
not at all. Go ahead.
Anime. What,
The only thing I can report on at the moment, because of a certain rather large event, would be the Formula One rankings. But there's not a lot I can do about that because you probably all know them.
Now, this is the International Formula One, correct?
This is the Formula One with Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton in.
Yes, please go ahead.
Right. If you wish to know, on the so far at the second practice, Max Verstappen is leading. Lewis Hamilton is somewhere in about 7th place, not doing so well. He reckons that the car he's driving is not the best and needs to be sorted out. So that's going at the moment. I mean, the way it works at the moment, you've got somebody called Logan Sargent with the Williams is sitting in the last place as of the second round of the Miami training. When it comes to the driver standings, who's leading the table? Again, it's Max. He's leading it with 95 points for Red Bull. Perez, his teammate, is in second place. And dear old Lewis, Pride of Britain, he's sitting down in 4th. Not very happy. He's only got 48 points. So, at this precise moment, there's not a lot going down. Constructors' Championship, i.e. the teams that are actually winning, is dear old Red Bull. And they are leading it by a country mile. They have got over 180 points. The closest rival to them is the Aston Martin team, and that's only sitting on the dear old 87. So as you can see, Red Bull is, as I said, leading by a country mile. Mr. Hamilton's little team, Mercedes, well, they're in 3rd with 76. So net result, I don't think that particular gentleman is exceedingly happy. So, Mr. Noriega, please continue.
Oh, not at all. In additional Formula One news, apparently practice number 3 will be starting, depending on the clock time, if you check, approximately 2 hours and 50 minutes for practice number 3. They are in Miami this year for Formula One, and I believe there's some significant issues going on in Miami this year for Formula One, and I'm going to get to that article in just a moment. I'm going to share it with the co-hosts here as well as in the chat room, and you may have it. And for everyone in the chat room,
where in Florida are they? Miami, Tallahassee?
I'm not sure which one right now. I will get to that in just a moment. As Anime Girl mentioned, 2 practice sessions are in the books, and much like the first session, the second practice session ahead of the Miami Grand Prix saw the drivers struggling to find the right level of grip all over the track. And this one, I thought they were at Talladega, but I don't know.
Walkie-talkie.
Oh, they're in Miami. So I know they have a course further north, not far from Jacksonville, but I believe that's more of a NASCAR one. I don't know what that one is called. But this is the circuit in Miami. So Leclerc brought out a red flag near the end of the season when he oversteered into turn 8 and skidded off the track and into the barriers. Leclerc was not the only driver trying to keep things straight on the track. Haas driver Kevin Magnussen slid off the track at turn 15 and was lucky to avoid serious damage. His teammate Nico Hulkenberg had a crash of his own in the first session, which also brought out a red flag. Then there was George Russell, who had an incident of his own when he locked up the left front, causing his Mercedes W14 to skid off the track. Russell was able to avoid any contact with the barriers, as that section of the circuit gives drivers a lot of room. So, following the second practice session, drivers and teams alike talked about the lack of grip at the start of the day, but noted that over time, it seems that the track is picking up more rubber, which is improving conditions. A useful first day of racing in Miami, we learned a lot of what was quite a tricky track, surface and temperature, for FP1. In FP2, the track gripped up and got a lot faster, and we had some work to do to adapt to that. We were trying a few things throughout the session, but we're still working on it. It's not been a bad day, but we've got plenty to look over for tomorrow. Of course, as many people in the United States know, Miami is unique both for its conditions that it rains almost regularly every day. It is warm. Some people would call it Mediterranean. Some people would call it tropical weather, but it's a regular thing, and pavement reacts differently as the weather changes. So it remains to be seen. I doubt Formula One is going to pull Miami from there, but right now, with the weather being as it is, the drivers are having a tough time, finding the right grip. I didn't know, but in NASCAR, when drivers are either in a yellow flag or a red flag, no, wait a minute, Almighty, when they're in a pause, is it a yellow flag? Because a white flag, the checkered flag is when they win.
Right.
But when they pause, a red flag is like an all stop. But
Right.
Is there one in
right.
between that?
The yellow flag
It
is
is
a
a yellow.
caution flag. It's a caution flag.
Yeah.
And
All right.
so I don't. It's. I think it's still a pause, but they are cautioned to look for the wreck on the track. A red flag is a caution flag means they can still circle the track, but they have to watch out for the debris. The red flag means the red flag, as in Star Trek, they have to come to a complete stop and wait for the debris or the wreckage to be cleared from. If I'm correct, I'm just going by the top of my head. Maybe Big Dog. God, what the fuck is wrong with me today? Maybe Big Dog, or as we know, the really big what's that really big log, really big log, was maybe he has an insight to that I'm missing.
No, you're right. The red flag is a complete stop. The yellow flag is, as you said, the caution, and the racers can continue circling the track, but they must stay in order when the flag was thrown or shown or waved. So on a yellow, you stay in movement, but you have to stay in the same place you're in. You can't pass anybody.
So, I don't know if Anime Girl can support my next statement because I haven't really seen it in Formula One, but in NASCAR, when they're under a caution, which would be a yellow flag, you can see them doing this motion in the car where at first I thought it was a jerky maneuver just because they're jerks behind. But in reality, what they're doing is they're triggering the tires, the friction. They're getting them hot so they can get a better grip. It's called weaving then, Anime Girl. Do they do that in Formula One as well? I just haven't seen it just because I haven't seen it.
They do it in most motorsports. The idea is you weave the vehicle from side to side in an attempt to keep your tire temperatures up. Because when you're racing, the tire temperature reaches a certain level, which then aids the tire to hold the car down on the track. When they're under a yellow or any other flag, because I believe in certain other motor races they have different coloured flags for like something on the track or oil being spilt on the track. They've got a flag for that. So when they've under this sort of caution, the speeds drop, resulting in the fact that the temperatures of the tyres will then drop. So to try and keep the temperature high on the tyres, the drivers weave the car from side to side. Basically, they're scuffing it to make it warmer again. And so that when the flag drops, they can go and they're not going to miss the corner because the tyres have said, bugger it, I ain't working.
Expert analysis, folks. Obviously, she knows what she's talking about. And that leads to, or comes back around to what I was talking about with the unique temperature, climate, whatever you want to say, of Miami. It is beautiful weather, humid, but there's a lot of water there no matter what. And it just screws with racing. And it's more than likely some of the issues why they've had bad grip, but they are working on it. That's why they have the practice sessions. So today is the third one. They're a little over 2 hours away, and we're looking to see what's going to happen. The race is tomorrow, Formula One, and we'll update a little bit later on the schedule for Formula One. As you know, I've normally done that, but I do not have access to the calendar at this moment. So, be that as it may, continue with any motorsport or another topic, Big Dog, that you may have.
Actually, I need to go get Kathy's, but one thing I will talk about real quick is the Bucks, in a surprise move, at least surprise to me. The Bucks fired their head coach, Mike Budenholzer, after they lost in the first round. They, of course, had the best record in the NBA this year, but just couldn't get it together, and they lost in the first round. And Coach Budenholzer is only 2 years removed, or because this would be the second year from the Milwaukee Bucks winning their very first championship in over 40, 50 years. So I guess Milwaukee didn't like the fact that the last couple of years, these last 2 years, the Milwaukee Bucks have not lived up to their expectations in the postseason, even though they've had, like I said, the best record in the league this year, and I believe they had either the best or second best last year. So even though he's doing great in the regular season, as I said, ownership is not happy with the results in the postseason, and he has been let go. As I said, really shocked on that one. And this happened.
The link that is attached right there just takes you to the direct breaking news announcement that was several days ago. Gentlemen, how many days ago? Was this 1 or 2 days ago when this happened?
This was, I lost it.
For Mr. Budenholzer.
May 4th. So it happened day before yesterday. It was reported in the morning, so I believe it happened at night the day before.
Obviously, the force wasn't with him then.
Nope, no, it was not.
So there you go.
All right, well,
I could always go through the cricket championship for Mr. Almighty if he really, really wants me to. You know, I've got the county championships, Division 1 and Division 2, sitting on my television, and I could read them all off for you if you really, really are interested.
Enemy Girl, please. We have covered cricket.
Yes.
I was going to say, just real quick, because I wasn't quite done. It's odd that the last 4 world champions, the Raptors in 2019, Nick Nurse, no longer head coach. Lakers, 2020, Frank Vogel, no longer head coach. Milwaukee Bucks, Mike Budenholzer, last year, no longer head coach. The only one that's still a head coach is Steve Kerr. So by winning the title doesn't guarantee you security in your job, I see. You know, 3 of the last 4 coaches for the world champions are no longer with their teams.
All right.
Anyways, I'll be right back. I'll be back on the car phone.
Safe journey.
Just very quickly,
no speeding.
When he returns, yes, please get to the cricket items because we have the 149th Kentucky Derby to talk about shortly. So by all means, if Almighty would like to take us there, I'll have the link for him in the chat room. But go ahead, please, Anime
Right.
Girl.
Well, the English County Championship on Division 1, you have Surrey, who have played 3, won 2, lost none, and drawn 1. They are top of the league with 52 points. Hampshire's following them. Again, they've played 3, won 2, but lost 1. Middlesex follows them. They have played 4. Shock horror. 1, 2, and they've lost 2. They've only got, again, 45 points.
Again,
yeah. Essex has played 3. They have won 1 and managed somehow to lose 2. They're on 40 points. Warwickshire played 3, won 1, lost 1, drawn 1. They're doing well, them boys. They're on 38. Kent is, again, they played 4, but they've only won 1. They've managed to lose 2, drawn 1, and they're down in 31 points. Nottinghamshire doing obviously well, playing 3. They've won 1, lost 2, and unfortunately only 29 points for them. Lancashire played 3. They managed to lose all 3. We should call a really nice team, that lot. They're 29 points as well. Northants have played 3, won 1, lost 2. They're on 23 points. And Somerset played 3, lost 1, drawn 2, and they are bottom of the table with 22 points. Do you wish me to continue, sir?
all the information that you have for us.
All the
Please.
information I have for you, that's not a problem. I can go on to the County Championships Division 2. And top of the Division 2 is Durham, who have played 4, won 2, lost 1, drawn 1. They are sitting top of the shop with 63 points. Followed up by Leicestershire, who have played 3. They've won 1, managed to lose 2, and have 45 points. Sussex have played 3, won 1, lost 2, and they're down on 41 points. Worcestershire played 3, they've won 1, lost 1, drawn 1, and 35 points. Glamorgan, a Welsh team, have played 3, and they've managed to lose all 3. So net result is they are sitting on 31 points. Gloucestershire have played 4. They're doing equally as well. They've managed to lose 3 of the 4 games. They're only on 27. So I don't know if they've won 1 or drawn 1, but it says they've played 4, but they've only drawn 3. So Lord knows what happened to the other game unless they're playing it today. Yorkshire have played 3. They're on a winning streak as well. They've managed to lose 1 and draw 1. And they're on 21. And dear old Derbyshire have played 3, managed to lose 2 and draw 1. And they're bottom of the shop with 17 points. And that is the English County Cricket Division 1s and Division 2. If that was any use to anyone, good luck to them.
It was quite a bit of use. Thank you. Appreciate
I
that.
look on cricket as being an ancient English rain dance. If you want it to rain, play cricket.
Oh, that is impressive. And speaking of your rain dance, look at what happened, Anime Girl. You do the dance, and Speedy shows up. Oh.
Yeah, and he's still sinking. Look, he's just,
Yeah, I know. Hold on.
you beat the Titanic when it comes to sinking. You don't need no damn iceberg. Just put a camera on you. You go.
Yeah.
Hello, Speedy.
Good morning, guys. Morning.
Hello,
Morning,
Speedy.
Speedy. How are you? You seem a bit chipper this morning, young man. How are you?
Good. It kept it 49 degrees and raining outside.
Join the club. It's raining here as well. But then we've got a coronation, so that's another rain dance we seem to be
Yeah,
doing.
that's on as well.
Yeah, it's sunshiny here, but it's still at 45 degrees.
Speedy,
What's up, big dog?
what's up?
Oh, not much. And Almighty just wants to rub it in. He's the only one that's got sun.
Well, I got sun. It's sunny over here. We got sun down here.
Good.
Speedy, apparently, Coffee
Look
is
down
very
below.
happy, and he's commenting about my chipper line and that the A's finally won a game. They finally got a win from a starter. They're on a roll. 1 in a row. So congratulations, Speedy. We are excited for you being the number 1 A's fan here on Sports Talk with the Guys. I got to tell you, I'm happy for you, Speedy.
No, I'm not happy about that. Coffee is better than that. I'm a Giants fan.
What?
They tell you.
What?
I'm a Giants
We know you're an A's fan. Come on. You just pretend you're a Giants fan.
You do your little winner's dance. We don't mind. Go. Feel free. Let it out. I mean, no use hiding behind this. I'm a Giants fan. I mean,
Ooh.
We
You know,
know
Speedy.
we know you had that big old A's logo on your bicep. Come on. We know you just hide it.
Oh, I know. When you came to visit us, dude, you were flexing in downtown Los Angeles. When we were at the Hollywood sign, Speedy's telling me, Scorekeeper, will you slow the fuck down? I'd like to enjoy the sights here. And he flexed his Giants. And speaking of flexing Giants, oh, boy, the family is in the house. Mark this moment, folks. Good morning, Dreem.
Whoa, good morning. What is going on? We got a full house today.
Ho!
Stud Muffin!
What's up, Dreem?
Jesus.
the dream machine has arrived. Hello.
Oh my goodness. We got Anime Girl, Speedy, Almighty on mute, Big Dog's driving. Everybody's freaking here.
You know this means a meltdown, don't you?
Oh man, I'm anticipating some chaos.
Well, get your chewing gum out because we might need you to fix it.
Oh, dude, she remembers. She
Yeah.
remembers.
We've only
Yeah.
told that story about 10,000 times, but it's all right.
9,846. Dream, please
47.
stop exaggerating. Stop exaggerating. Thank you for being precise. Yes. Look, everyone in the chat room is going crazy. There's Jay, welcome, and of course, Gridiron Girl. So really good stuff, folks. Thank you. Oh, Dream, thank you for joining us. I don't know how much time we have with you, so please.
Neither
get
do
to
I. Good
That
morning to
wasn't
Gridiron Girl
biblical.
and to the engineer.
So,
Dude,
Dream.
Speedy, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Speedy, I haven't
Dream's
seen
number
you
one.
in
Dream's
forever.
number 1.
I know. I haven't seen you in forever. And I was on last week, and they go, "You just missed Dream." I was like,
Yeah.
As soon as you leave, I come in.
I know, right? It's one of those things, man. So it is definitely good to see you guys. Big Dog flipped me off. I appreciate that.
No, you're number 1. I was just letting everybody know. You're number 1.
Oh man. Playoff basketball is. I don't know what you guys have talked about yet. You've been on for about an hour now.
And that is a segue, folks. We're a few seconds short. Let me remind everyone, please like, subscribe. We need a little bit of love, folks. And we are entering our second hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks. Don't forget that we have Evernew following us at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. So we're going to be on for about 4 hours or so. So don't forget, please help us out. The old kids need the likes and subscribes. It makes us feel better. So there it is. We are now in the second hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys. Dream, please go ahead and continue. Big Dog did go and give us a look at the playoff picture. So go ahead and jump in, pal.
First off, I just want to say, forget all the other teams. We're focusing on the Lakers and Golden State right now. As Big Dog so eloquently puts it, I bleed purple and gold. And I've been calling some of these games. Unfortunately, it's when the money's not on the line. But yeah, so I'm excited about this series. I really enjoy seeing, Steph and LeBron go at it. I've been hearing a lot of differing comments, opposing comments, just going back and forth about how LeBron's the greatest of all time, and then but the Lakers are worse with him on the floor, and it's just very confusing for a lot of people to see this happening. When LeBron's not playing, they had their biggest push,
Yes.
to make to make it higher, to make it into the playoffs. However, during playoff season, this is his time to shine. And yet, if we look in the past, he's not shown up for a couple games in the playoffs, not just this series, but, in his history. There was an entire series where he just didn't show up, so it is kind of worrisome. Big Dog, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, the talk about him being the greatest of all time, and the fact that he's not really, in essence, pulling his weight this postseason. I think the people forget, the ones that get confused are the people that don't realize that if they think he's the greatest of all time, you have to take his entire career in totality. You can't just base it over the last couple of years. Kareem, for me, is the greatest of all time, but those last couple of years weren't that great, because he was just older. And that's the case now with with LeBron. But LeBron isn't the key to this series. The key to this series is Anthony Davis. Once again, he had a great game one, and he had a mediocre, or as Scorekeeper likes to say, pedestrian game two. He's got for the Lakers to move forward and possibly try and win the championship. He has to be consistent game in and game out. He has to average at about 26 and like 13.
I was just gonna say he needs to average a high double-double for this to be consistent. Yep. He is definitely. I agree with you 100% on this. Anthony Davis is a major factor in whether the Lakers, keep moving forward. You got Austin Reeves, fantastic, but he's not their number one. He shouldn't be their number one,
Exactly.
And he's got the hustle. He's got the moves. He's going inside. He's drawing fouls. He's hitting key 3-pointers. This guy can play. It's a great move. But without Anthony Davis firing off all cylinders, it's just okay. LeBron needs to be more than just a distraction piece. He needs to. Why do you think he is up and down? He's old.
Yep.
Oh, you mean Anthony Davis?
The thing about LeBron too is that he holds the ball way too long. The ball gets in his hands and it just dies. The Lakers are at their best when the ball is moving around.
Yep.
And when LeBron gets the ball, he just, top of the, about 5 feet above the 3-point line, right dead center, and he just dribbles and dribbles till it gets down to about 6 seconds, and then he decides to initiate the offense. And by that time, you're in a hurry up, and you get a desperate shot, not a good shot.
Yep, you're gonna throw up. You're gonna throw up something, versus setting up what you want or looking for the best opportunity.
And unfortunately for me, I throw up my food every time I see him with the ball in his hands.
Yep. As far as Anthony Davis being up and down, he is, I feel personally, he's got some mental issues going on. He just can't keep his head in the game. He gets tapped, he gets hurt, or not even hurt, but just like a good solid bump, and all of a sudden he's in why me mode. He's not as quick as he used to be. You usually see him running back up the court, and he's usually in the back end of it. When everybody else is sprinting, he's jogging. So it's tough to see. He's got the knee issues. He's got the lower body issues. I just it's hard to watch sometimes. I kind of wish he would have came out and said, "Oh, I had a bad game." This way, we trigger the monster games to come. But he didn't use the magic words.
Yeah, and right now, for those who don't know, he is dealing with a hip injury that he received in, I believe it was Game 4 of the Grizzly series.
Yep.
When he got nailed on the hip, and I will give it to him that he has played in every game, whereas during the regular season he probably would be sitting down right now and out for 2 weeks or whatever, as we're used to. So I'll give him that one, that he's been a trooper and he is playing. But he to me, he's the key to the Lakers' success. Period.
Yeah, it shouldn't take LeBron to get 20 rebounds to pull out the win. He's definitely got to handle his end of the floor. He needs the blocks. He needs the rebounds, but he also needs to score. I would love to see some triple doubles coming from him. But I mean, consistently he needs a double double with points and rebounds. For this to be a successful match. If he can average 5 to 6 blocks, that would be great. But again, I'm not putting money on Anthony Davis forever. That is I broke my rules and I put money on him and he let me down again. So I am reinforcing my no money bets on Anthony Davis. So it's really hard. I'll bet on the Lakers as a whole, but not specifically on him.
Yeah, and he should be having a field day, these 2 games against the Warriors, because they don't have a center.
Right.
So he should be having a field day, and he's not. Well, Game 1 he had a great game, but he's just frustrating.
Yeah, it shouldn't be coming this close in when you're winning. It shouldn't be this close, if he's firing off. I will say this series, it would be harder for him to get blocks because they're not taking as many, in the paint shots.
Yes.
It's going to rely on Anthony Davis. It's going to rely on LeBron moving his butt and getting out there. Not Anthony Davis, Austin Reeves. And it's just going to take that type of effort, from our guards and from LeBron to get those outside blocks, put that pressure on the outside perimeter so they can go forward.
Yeah, some people were complaining after Game 1 about, the Lakers, were at the line 24 times and the Warriors only went to the line 5 times. And my answer to all those people that were complaining was, yeah, when you put up 55 3-pointers, there's not a lot of room to get fouled.
Right.
So you don't go to the line a lot.
Right.
Because I believe Game 1 they put up 52 3-pointers.
Yeah. Problem is they're hitting more than half of them.
Well, last game, yes. First game, no. But last game, yes.
Yeah.
That's
the
Klay
problem.
Thompson was hot.
And I second that double-double comment. I'm missing in and out like crazy.
Yeah.
Do they have a double-double over in Arizona there, young man?
No, I don't. I'm not 100% sure. But California is a hop, skip, and a jump away. It's a $75 trip round trip in the plane. So it's be an expensive double-double, but I'll take it.
Arizona does have In-N-Out. Yes, it does.
Yay. I think when they open new In-N-Outs, it has to be like so many hours away from their warehouse where they ship stuff out.
Yeah, because the whole thing with In-N-Out is the fresh stuff. So,
yep,
really good.
Yeah, the fresh fried, everything about it. And then, because my job is the hub for a shopping center, outdoor shopping center, that is, Minton's Warehouse, the place next door to them, abruptly closed after the pandemic, and it's just been empty all this time. And one of the security guards, he's like, "Guess what that's going to be before summer?" I'm like, "What's it going to be?" They said they're talking about that the city of San Leandro is talking about putting a Five Guys there. I'm like, "Oh, they could have put something else in there, but oh, right."
Hey, then Speedy, you'll be able to do one of those Five Guy videos. Good for you.
Don't click on that link. That's not what you think it is.
No, definitely not.
See, he agrees.
Are you trying to lead our Speedy astray there, Dreem?
Oh no, not at all.
Trying. Engineer says Circuit City.
No, it's going to be a KB Toys. That's what it is.
Baby toys. No, let's bring back Toys R Us. Well, I thought they were going
As a matter of fact, it is back, but in limited. So it is back. You just have to go to a department store to see it. I'm not sure who carries it. Either the Big Dog or Almighty would probably know that. It did return this past holiday season, and they do have collectibles there. The Toys R Us in the department store. I forget the name of the department store.
Macy's.
Yeah.
They're in select Macy's throughout, I guess, California. I know the Montclair has a Toys R Us in their Macy's, and that would be closest for you. And I think the other one is San Bernardino, as far as in this side of town.
So, Speedy, next time you come down here to Southern California, we will be taking you to Toys R Us.
Oh, that's
and young man,
nice.
we won't even need your ID to get in there.
No, if he has a shave, he'll be fine. Yeah, such a little baby face. He'll get right in.
Yeah.
I actually already did that, so thank you very much.
What?
Oh.
When did you shave? Like last year?
Very funny.
I'm sorry. It wasn't my intent to be. Sorry, pal. I missed you.
Wow. No, Speedy grows more facial hair than I can, so I'll give him that.
You know, Dreem is a bit thin on the facial hair too. It takes him a little while, so that's why he never throws at you or throws with you, Speedy.
Right.
Young man. Yeah. Dude, how long is it going to take you to grow a beard? I don't think you even know, right?
Yeah, I've been working on mine since I was 16.
Yeah, good for you. What was that, a year ago? Good for you.
Shit, no. I already hit 40, so I'm working on 41 this year. It's been a while.
And no jab at Speedy, but the Stud Muffin exudes all that sexiness. So the beard, he doesn't need the beard and all that stuff.
You're too kind. Who will show up to the Lakers? Game 1 team or game 2 team? You know what? I'm gonna say game 3 team is gonna show up.
Oh, good answer.
Because I don't feel, and I it sounds like I'm being facetious, but I don't think we're gonna get another game 1 team, because that was just a very unique game. Game 2 team just lost the fuck, and I hope they don't show up. But I'm hoping that they've learned what went right from game 1 and what went right from game 2 and what went wrong specifically from game 2. Then they make the appropriate adjustments, because, we don't want, because Golden State learned. They continually learn their opponents. They pay attention and they grow. And that's what makes them a very dangerous team. That and 10,000 3-point shots. But at the end of the day, we don't want a game 1 team or a game 2 team. We want the evolved version. We want to see the next one in the lineup. And it's kind of like the whole next man up thing. All right.
How was that?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Who's that you, Scorekeeper?
No, that wasn't me.
I said Scorekeeper, not Speedy.
Someone needs some WD-40 on their chair or something.
No, I saw Scorekeeper's arm, and it looks like he's wrapping something with packing tape.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Hey,
glad you were able to see my arm. but
Everybody's
that's
got a
good.
kink, man. Just let it go.
So he's getting ready for the date. Tomorrow. He's learning the taping techniques.
There you go. For his
What's
control,
tomorrow?
for his remote control, he's making sure the batteries stay in.
There you go.
Here's a remote control.
And the Lakers don't have any excuse. Well, they have, of course they can make excuses, but they shouldn't have any excuses. They have home cooking. They were able to sleep in their own bed. They got some loving, so they should be ready to go.
And I agree with that as well. Golden State, like I said, they're just a dangerous team no matter what you do. And the thing is, the Lakers are older. Steph's not a young chicken anymore. But at the end of the day, his game isn't super athletic. Yes, he's continually moving, and that's also what makes him dangerous. But, he's not a high-flying, dunking kind of get 20,000 rebounds a game kind of guy. He is going to find the open spot on the floor, knock down a three, make the extra pass. He is a smart player. So age is not going to be as huge a factor as like for someone like LeBron, where it was his explosiveness and his high dunks and, his pounding the rim. Like that kind of stuff takes a lot out of you over the years. So, I am a little worried about that in the long run. The shorter this series it goes, I'm hoping the Lakers are able to close this out early, but I do think it's going to be a Lakers in 6 kind of run, just like with the Grizzlies,
I'm hoping.
But that's my hope. That's my optimistic hope. Anybody else have any on this or comments?
What do you feel about the Denver and Phoenix series?
Denver.
Because they put up Phoenix put up a hell of a game yesterday without the point guard.
And you know what they are? They're not a pushover team. I just think Denver's going to take it for the series. And I don't want Chris Paul to get a ring ever. I think that should be his legacy. Almost
right.
there, but not quite. And I don't care if you got Durant on there. I'm actually hoping that Durant gets pushed away from Phoenix somehow. I'm hoping they, with Chris Paul injured, they go into rebuild mode and try to do something different. Now I will be in Phoenix soon. So, I mean, I would love to see Kevin Durant play a home game in Phoenix. But at the end of the day,
Cool.
I'm okay if he leaves. I'm okay if he gets traded and they try to build some shit around him. Or, I mean, not around him, but like with his equity, I would say. There's a lot. But I'm hoping Phoenix gets blown up, really. Same thing with Kawhi. Kawhi doesn't need to be a Clipper. He really doesn't. Now, does that mean I want them on the Lakers? No. But I enjoy seeing, teams blow up. I like getting a new sense of what the teams could be. Let's see the stars move around. They're getting older. Let's see the young talent. Let's see what we can do,
Very well said.
What do you
had
think?
a,
Do you think Phoenix is going to do this, or do you think it's going to be
No.
Denver?
It's going to be Denver. They have too many guns. And Phoenix is in scramble mode, it looks like. And Durant's not looking that great. I mean, he scored, I don't know what he scored yesterday, and I think it was maybe 24 points or something like that. But he shot horribly. He shot something like 7 for 23, 7 for 24, something like that. The one that's keeping them afloat is Booker. Booker is having he's having a coming out party this series because he is just going bonkers.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, like, okay, he did really good, but Durant didn't, and Durant's going to get his points, but at what cost?
Yeah. And Durant's at the point in his career when he has a bad game or the team has a bad game, he's so nonchalant about it. Like it doesn't affect him. He doesn't seem to care.
Right. That's what I don't see in today's NBA, really, is that Michael Jordan, Kobe mentality. It's like, oh, okay, you don't think I can do this? Like, let me show you. They take it personally. They focus. They sharpen the mental sword, the edge of their mental sword. And they study down to the footstep. Like, where is it going to be? Where do I need to be to make this work? I don't see that in today's NBA. That's just me personally. I don't know if I'm missing something, but I don't see a single, all-star that has that mentality. And it's not the same. There's nobody there trying to perfect their craft.
I agree totally. What did you think about the news? I laughed. I actually laughed out loud when I read it about Dylan Brooks that the Grizzlies were not going to offer him a contract and they want nothing to do with him.
I agree.
They literally said that, though.
Yeah, that is the best. I love that. Yeah, no, I love that. Dylan Brooks can go eat a bag of you-know-whats.
Yeah.
You can't make comments like that and be the worst player in the series.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'll be back in a minute, guys.
All right. I think his dumplings are on fire.
Wow.
Dumplings?
That's
he's at the restaurant.
disconcerting.
Oh, yeah. Could be French fries.
Oh, I don't think there's French fries at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh, I
that's,
see. It's a posh restaurant, so he doesn't have French fries, huh?
It is most
No.
posh.
It is a Vietnamese restaurant.
Vietnamese like French fries?
I'm sure they do.
We'll ask when he comes back.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that.
All right. So, Speedy, thank you for joining the program as you have a little while ago. Do you have any stories that you wish to get to right now since we're doing the round robin?
Yes, I do. Did anybody hear about what happened last night during the Red Sox Philly game?
No.
Sorry, I was too busy at a family event making shrimp. So, bottom feeder and me had to get more shrimp. I have to keep the refill going.
Well, the game was halted in the first inning due to a medical personnel attending to an emergency in the visiting bullpen. Something happened and people were sure what was going on, and then the announcers were like, well, look, everybody's looking up. Apparently a fan fell into the visiting dugout, but he was alert and conscious and talking with the MTs, and the broadcasters were like, well, I hope he's okay. And they stretchered him out. So
So how high did he fall?
yeah, he did.
Yeah. What height was it when he fell from? Any ideas?
I'm looking up. I'm still reading the story right now.
Any ideas, Roger? The height of that?
Oh, he fell when he was trying to reach for a ball that got tossed to him, but he fell into the visiting team side.
Okay.
Now, how high up was he? Because if you're right if this was in Boston, the bullpens are out on field level and they're out in the outfield. And if he or she fell into the bullpens, it wouldn't be that much of a drop. But nevertheless, if it's more than 3 feet, it depends how old. 3 feet's going to hurt anyone. And if it's more than that, geez, could be 6 feet. Maybe it was several rows back. That would suck.
Well, it was at Boston, so it was at their house. That's where the game was at, and it was a guy.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
imagine
It was Boston. There was a guy, and someone fell. Okay, we got that. All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
So I guess one of the players threw the ball towards him. He's like, "Here, you can have this." And I guess he didn't make contact with the ball, and next thing you know, probably like 20, 30 feet. I guess.
So you're saying the game was canceled?
No, it was just stopped. It was just
delayed.
stopped. It was just delayed because of that reason.
Wow.
Because the announcers were talking. You can hear them talking. All of a sudden, they're like, "Wait, what's going on?" Because they saw everybody start looking up and going, "What happened?" And nobody knew what was going on, but you could tell something had seriously happened. And this was the result of that. And so they kept the cameras on him, and then the announcer was like, "Well, we can see from our monitors, it looks like he's okay. He's conscious and breathing. He's talking with our EMT personnel."
Oh, this was in Philadelphia, Citizens Bank Ballpark. Okay.
No contact with the ball, just contact with the ground. Painful.
Yeah. There might be video on it, so I'm just checking out.
Yeah,
there it is. That's what I was going to go to.
From the top of the first, our understanding is a ball was tossed to a fan and it landed in that flower bed that sits at the bottom of the fence out there above the visitors' bullpen. The fan tried to reach down, get the ball, took a tumble, ended up in the bullpen. That's what we're hearing, but we will provide more updates as they become available. Yeah, a bit of an update, Tom, on that medical situation from the
Looks quite high, that, doesn't it?
Yeah. 10, 15 feet, if not more. Wow.
Yeah, I'd say good 15, 20 feet, yeah. Easy on that one. That hurt when he made the ground.
So
never mind.
No, go ahead, Almighty.
I could not find a height in the article I read. They just I didn't see anything on the height, but I guess you got an idea from the tweet. But it never said what the height was. So maybe somewhere else it does, but the website I checked, like I said, did not specify a height.
Yeah, I was just eyeballing because there was a fan in the image, so I'm sure I got it wrong. But Anime grows with me on that one, so
Yeah.
I feel okay
falling
with it.
It's not the falling that hurts, it's the sudden stop at the bloody end. That's what does the damage.
Well, Anime Girl, what is that in metric? How many meters?
I don't know
no
if they
idea.
use metric. They use the King's measurement.
Well, what is the King's measurement? How many stones?
Stone just weight, Almighty, not distance.
I know, but I wanted to sound like I knew what I was talking about.
Well, but if the individual fell over, I guess it is an issue of weight. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
Here we go again. Metaphysics, Nobody saw him fall. Did he fall at all?
Did we hear him fall, though? Did anyone see it? So did we hear it? Just curious.
Well, there you go.
No, I don't-
Metaphysics. Again.
I don't think so. I mean, if it was me, you, and Scorekeeper just in the stands, I'm sure we would have heard it. But as I said earlier, the announcers were talking, and they were like, "What's going on?" Because they noticed everybody looking up and looking down. And I like James' comment in the comment section. Thought you were going to say UFO. Yeah, right.
Well, that's another program that will be on May 10th, ladies and gentlemen. NDB Media will be wasting time on a Wednesday night. This Wednesday coming up, Wednesday night in America, will be returning for at least one day, and we're going to be discussing conspiracy theories.
I
So
thought
if
you
wish to
switched
join
that
us,
to the 11th, Roger.
no, but thank you for asking. That will be May 10th.
Roger.
It's a conspiracy, damn it.
Yep. So, Raji.
I have no comment. Yes, Almighty, where the hell are you? Yes.
So, what is the liability since the fan reached over to catch a pitch that may not have reached the distance?
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. There's probably going to be some liability if a player was offering the ball, they threw it. Look, Major League Baseball is obviously going to say there is no liability because I believe under the disclaimer, it is batted, pitched, thrown ball, which applies on many tickets. I haven't seen every ticket, but they're digital now, so I don't know what that means. There is a disclaimer on there that you have to watch out. You can get hurt, but this is different. The player was giving them a gift. I think there's going to be some liability. It is a public venue, so there are arcane rules. This is Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. I don't pretend to know what that stuff is over there, but in the real world,
What happened? What I missed?
there.
What I missed? Because when I left the car, we were talking about the person falling in Boston, and you're saying Philadelphia. So did someone else fall somewhere else?
No, it
No, we got the
actually
stadium
was
mixed up thanks to Speedy.
The correct teams. It's Boston and Philadelphia, but it is at the new the Philadelphia.
Oh, so they
Park
were in
there.
Philadelphia. Oh, okay, I get you.
And Almighty did have an image that we were able to see from the report that they gave, and could be anywhere from 15 to 20 feet. We don't have the actual distance. I was eyeballing, and allegedly a player in the bullpen was throwing a ball up to the fan, and the fan fell.
Tom, on that medical situation from the top of the first, our understanding is a ball was tossed to a fan and it landed in that flower bed that sits at the bottom of the fence out there above the visitor's bullpen. The fan tried to reach down, get the ball, took a tumble, ended up in the bullpen. That's what we're hearing, but we will provide more updates as they become available.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Well, they're probably gonna be, because we're in such a litigious society now. There's gonna be a lawsuit, but the thing is, like she said, though, it fell in the flower bed. So by all accounts, the player would be like, "Oh shit, I just threw it short. Oh well." And if
Big Dog, where have you been for 200 years?
No, it's even more so litigious now. If I look at you wrong, they sue, So, I'm holding a sign that you don't agree with, I get sued. That's what I'm talking about. So
I know, Big Dog, but it's always,
to me,
I know what you're saying. I'm just busting your balls there, Big Dog. Unless you've been neutered. I don't know.
No, definitely not.
Wow, what a spot to come back in.
Yeah.
The ball fell in the flower bed, so I mean it was the choice of the fan to go after it. I mean, let's get Speedy's. I mean, let's get Dreem's thoughts on it.
We're talking about the fan that fell 15 to 20 feet going after a ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, it turns out that I guess the outfielder tossed the ball to the fan, but it fell short, and evidently there's a little flower bed.
Tom, on that medical
over the
situation
railing.
from the top of the first, our understanding is a ball was tossed to a fan and it landed in that flower bed that sits at the bottom of the fence out there above the visitor's bullpen. The fan tried to reach down, get the ball, took a tumble, ended up in the bullpen. That's what we're hearing, but we will provide more updates as they become available.
There's video, so it would be interesting to see the events that took place. We just don't have video on that at the moment. It's probably out there. Someone has it. Everyone's recording at a sporting event. It seems like all the time now. So
and it to me it just seems like, okay, they went for it, they missed it.
Sorry, Dreem. You broke up big time. And you
Yeah,
remain
he's
broken
gone.
up.
Yeah, he's frozen, I think. He's frozen in time.
Oh dear. See?
Well, we'll move on.
Yeah.
Yep. Go on then, big dog.
Maybe
On
he
you.
fell in the French fry fryer.
It's very
Yeah,
possible. So,
Oh, that's right. We
Almighty.
forgot to ask him that.
Yeah. Almighty, you would be up next, young man. What story do you want to get to now?
He's busy.
I'm not busy. All right, let's see. Where are we on this mess?
Seems like I'm not busy.
Sports Talk with the guys. Home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. You said mess.
Let's see. That's not it. It's okay. Here we go. I think this is.
Also, is this what Jay wants to be clarified? Is this what he genuinely wants? The engineer, Los Angeles, California. Jay, tiny bit of clarity. I mean, I suffer from arrogance, but damn, I talk about you being a humble individual.
not you, Scorekeeper.
So
Did you ask? Did you ask where everybody hails from? Maybe that's why he's answering.
This was at the beginning of the program.
But you've got it on the little flyer at the bottom there. So maybe he's just answering you.
True. Very true.
That's been up for a little while. So I'm asking him. So Jay, take a moment, please, and let us know.
Next. And Almighty, go on, your turn.
Okay, my turn, huh? All right.
I don't know what that means.
Looks like Anime Girl has taken control of the bridge, so that's cool. I like it. Let's go to this one here. XNM SU basketball players say teammates. Here we go again. Teammates, whatever, targeted coaches. The two former New Mexico State basketball players who say they were sexually assaulted by teammates told ESPN that their alleged attackers targeted others on the team, including some assistant coaches, and manipulated players into not talking. According to Shakuru Odunawu, sorry about the pronunciation, but to quote, they were most definitely other players that got attacked the way that we got attacked, and to continue. But these other guys, I feel like they manipulated them to believe that if they came out, that they were snitching. Uh-oh, the old peer pressure thing again. O'Donoghue said Deuce Benjamin told ESPN the players who harassed him also pulled down assistant coaches' pants in the public. Ruh-roh. After the game at UTEP, when we lost, they pantsed one of the assistants, Benjamin said. One assistant coach had his pants pulled down while he slept on the bus, he said. The other was targeted but yelled enough to dissuade the attackers. Other coaches acted like they didn't see it, Benjamin said. The coaches who the players said were targeted didn't return voicemails or emails from ESPN seeking comment. Benjamin and Odomu told ESPN about the behavior after they spoke publicly Wednesday for the first time since suing the New Mexico State in April. In their lawsuit, they alleged that the activity went beyond harassment to sexual assault and that three of their teammates would pull down their pants, slap their buttocks, and touch their scrotums. And remember, these are not doctors performing a physical. Alderwoo reported the abuse to then head coach Greg Hare, who told Alderwoo he would look into it and issued suspensions, but didn't, according to the lawsuit. Benjamin reported the alleged abuse to campus police in February, leading New Mexico State to cancel the rest of the team season and fire, I guess to pronounce it Hare. I don't understand. I'm sorry. The police investigation is ongoing and no one has been charged yet. Odowu told ESPN that the players named in the lawsuit, Kim Aiken Jr., Dr. Bradley, and Deshaundre Washington, targeted just about everyone at least once. The more frequent or severe punishments were reserved for those who fought back, Odowu said. Hare and the spokesperson for the New Mexico state didn't respond to messages seeking comment. Aiken, Bradley, and Washington couldn't be reached for comment and haven't spoken publicly about the lawsuit. The act of pulling down a player's pants was sometimes treated as a pre-game ritual, Benjamin said. In one incident, Washington ordered another player to pull down his uniform shorts for good luck as players ready to run onto the court for the game. Benjamin said the frequency of the alleged harassment and seemingly casual attitude of his teammates, even some of the most frequently targeted players, led then freshman Benjamin to assume the alleged abuse was part of normal college basketball life, so he kept quiet. He told ESPN. But he said he began smoking marijuana heavily to cope with the stress. Yeah, I can see that. It wasn't until his father, Aggies Hall of Fame basketball player William Benjamin, caught him with marijuana and asked what the hell he was doing. At first, I just asked him if he was experiencing the same thing I was when he was in college, Deuce Benjamin said, and he wasn't. At a news conference this week, William Benjamin said his son and his family have been failed. As a father, I feel like I failed my son for putting him in this situation, he said. Odowu told ESPN he recognized his experiences of abuse from the beginning. Still, he kept quiet for months, largely, he said, because he didn't want to harm his teammates' reputation. Being Muslim, you approach situations and look at situations differently, Odowu said. I was scared that if I did come out, I was going to mess with these people's careers. But it just got to a point where I just couldn't bear it anymore. Benjamin and Odowu have entered the transfer portal, but have yet to find another program. They both plan to petition the NCAA for another year of eligibility. I don't think you're supposed to press the reset button and lump the victims in with everyone they're trying to get rid of, William Benjamin said.
Wow.
So there you have it. I'm sorry it was so long. Okay, where is it? That's what she said. Oh my God. My own jokes? Gosh. So
No, that's not what she said. That's what you tell her.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a true story. Any comment on that? I know I just put that up there cold turkey.
If the allegations turn out to be true there's guilty pleas somewhere along the line, the NCAA has to step in. And if anything, if I was the NCAA and this comes out to be true, I'll strip the basketball team of playing for at least a year. Give them a year sanction, maybe 2. And they would lose scholarships because of it. Because if the assistant coaches were being harassed also, and the head coach who was on the bus with them when this was happening, and he just ignored it by thinking, oh, it's just, good old boys, or, oh, that's just the way they, it's nothing serious. It's already almost, the guilty is coming because New Mexico has already fired that coach. Of course, they're not going to say why they fired him, but the firing came after all the allegations came out. So, if I'm the NCAA, I would definitely step in and the coach is gone. Unfortunately, you have to. The kids that are staying, this is the bad part about when you have to do sanctions. The kids that are there now are the ones that are going to suffer because the other ones are already gone. But sanctions still have to be put in, and you also need to go after maybe the chancellor of the school. It depends on how far these players took it, up the ladder. Did they just go to the coach or did it go further? So this is definitely going to be a big investigation. And I'm sorry that this had to happen to these players and assistant coaches.
I mean, I know teams have some weird, rituals to go through, but that sounds a little bit off even to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I failed to add up 2 and 2 on that one. But in somebody's mind, it probably added up at the time.
But what ritual includes touching a person's scrotum? And that's since they actually physically touched these people and made them de-pants, this sounds like something that would happen in the 50s or 60s, maybe even the 70s. But this is 2023, and this stuff is no longer supposed to be tolerated. And anyway, so does anybody else? I mean, do you have any more on that, Big Dog?
No, I don't. But what was the coach's name? I wanted to look him up real quick. What was the coach's name?
H-E. Gosh, I could not pronounce his name. I'm sorry about that, Doggy. I could not.
No problem.
Doggy.
H-E.
Sorry, that was another bad.
Sorry.
Doggy, that's the new name right there.
Doggy.
Let's see.
That's not the name I envisioned for him when I gave him the big dog years ago.
Gosh. I don't know why I can't.
Don't know why. You're the one responsible for that. While you're looking at that, it's just unfortunate.
Okay, go ahead.
That this is going on. Teammates, for lack of a better word, mess with each other, and they'll do that. I know coaches in baseball will walk down the line, carry a bat. You're supposed to have your cup on, and it's a test. But that's done in a controlled manner where the coach is like, you better have your cup on because they're swinging their bat, and the players also, I'm ready to go, coach, I'm ready to go. And the minute he has the bat and he swings it towards you, the players flinch. It's like, you're not wearing your cup. Get the hell out of here. You can't play. So that's the closest I can see, but that was never anywhere close to what is going on here.
I put the coach's name in the chat room there, Big Dog.
It's Greg Hayer. H-E-I-A-R. Is that
exactly.
The one?
I could not go with. I don't know if that's pronounced right or not for me.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't look that old. I was thinking the same thing you were thinking. The old, the good old boys type of thing. Thinking, but this guy does not look very old at all.
You'd have thought with all this, court thing and suing and what have you, that people wouldn't go down that route anymore because it's, you're aiming for trouble.
Yeah, but most of that thinking when that stuff like that starts happening is, it can't happen to us. That happens in the big city, Los Angeles, in Chicago, and New York. It's not going to happen in New Mexico. That stupid ass.
Unfortunately, folks, it's more common than we are willing to admit. It's players, or every time we hear a report like this, it's only because it finally got out. Someone had it, they snapped, they tolerated. I was on a high school baseball team, and I was fortunate that nothing ever happened, thank goodness. But I've heard stories from other people who are on other teams, and then we read in the media. Unfortunately, it's a lot more common, and the players don't, in high school, I don't know about college, I'm thinking more high school, is that something is happening, and if you speak up, you're gone. You're off the team quicker than you can say, but wait a minute, it's wrong. So, unfortunately, a lot of stuff is tolerated by the players. And that we do know. And then you use the word snitch. If you snitch, it's a bad thing. And it's a sad mindset and situation that players have to go through. And oftentimes it's not just the coaches, it's the players themselves, the older players that mess with the younger players. Less so because it just doesn't happen as often. It's just a shame. And now that the accusations are out, this is good because it can be litigated and we ourselves can have a comment, but the reality is everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And I hope to God there's some sort of proof.
Over here, the classification whistleblower, you now have legal protection.
Yeah, whistleblower is generally a corporate or workplace thing. There are certain laws, but then back, I think it was in the last decade. Okay, now we're getting off topic, but whistleblower laws for managers and supervisors were drawn back. They were pulled back. So they don't have whistleblower protection. Line employees, workers, they still have whistleblower protection. It's really, it's a shame.
He said whistleblower.
I have some more information. So the firing happened in February. It happened on, of all days, it happened on Valentine's Day. That the university announced that the Aggies game on Saturday, so that would have been like the 18th or 19th, at Cal Baptist had been canceled and the season had been suspended. It said the chancellor then shut down the program for the season after reviewing campus police report that cited 3 players for false imprisonment, harassment, and counts of criminal sexual contact against a teammate.
Big Dog, could you repeat that, please? Did you say players?
Yes, 3 players. It says the campus police report cited that 3 players made the report, and they claimed false imprisonment, harassment, and counts of criminal sexual contact against a teammate.
Against a teammate, yep. Wow.
It says the
same
report
school, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's the players. The players.
My article didn't say anything about false imprisonment. Wow, I didn't know that.
It says the report detailed the victim telling investigators that on February 6th, 3 members of the team held him down, removed his clothing, exposing his buttocks, and began to slap his butt. He went on to state that they also touched his scrotum, exactly what Almighty said. It says the victim says other incidents had been occurring since last July or August, including inappropriate physical and sexual touching by teammates in the locker room and on road trips. It says the report says the victim went to campus police Friday to report a possible assault, but did not want to press criminal charges at the time. It says Hayer's firing comes 3 months after New Mexico State University forward Mike Peake shot and killed a University of New Mexico student in what was called self-defense by the police. Both the school and the Albuquerque district attorney have launched separate investigations after coaches and staffers were found to be in possession of multiple pieces of potential evidence in the shooting, including the gun, right after the incident. And the coach Hayer, he was a first-year coach, so he had just been hired, and he is 47 years old. And, excuse me, I want to re-clarify that. He was not fired. Hayer and his coaching staff have been placed on paid administrative leave.
Oh, I see. So he's claiming plausible deniability then, you reckon?
Yeah.
Well, that's fairly standard where there's an accusation and it's the way it is, folks, in many places, that it's paid administrative leave. Look, if you have an accusation against you, you're going to be off, and you don't get paid. It's unfair. Accusations would destroy people. Just by making an accusation, the employee's off, not getting paid. It sucks because it works both ways, but it should be that way. But the investigation has to be prompt, and you have to have a determination quick.
Yeah, because I was thinking just like you, Scorekeeper, it almost feels like high school because we as guys used to do that to each other in high school. Yeah, let me grab a towel. There.
Yeah, but they weren't slapping each other in the locker room after a shower. They were physically going and pulling the person's pants down and slapping his ass and grabbing his excuse my crudeness, but grabbing his balls.
Yes, Big Dog, you're right, but he said it sounded like. That's all.
That's what we used
Speedy,
to do.
Finish your thought.
He's equating the sexual assault to playing around. Don't knock your head down like you don't like what I'm saying, Scorekeeper.
Big Dog, did he finish his thought on that?
Okay, fine.
Speedy, you were trying to say that this sounds like high school when guys would do towels and stuff. What else?
Yeah, and then the other guys were like, "Hey, let's do a prank. Just pull his pants down." But see, the thing with that is, we didn't have telephone cameras and all that in high school. Those weren't out yet. But teachers were like, "Hey, come on now, enough of that. Don't be doing that. Do that again, you're going to the office. You understand?" And to your point too, when you were talking about earlier, well, there's two sides to every story. That would always be me.
So you're saying they gave permission to be grabbed by the balls. And high school students, there has been, last year we went over a story where high school students did the same thing, and I don't know what happened, but they were also filing a lawsuit. So there is no two sides of the story where they get grabbed by the balls. There is no two sides. There's one side only.
Okay, well, I don't know what you were talking about there.
What do you mean? There's no two sides of getting grabbed by the balls. There's no he said, she said. If they got grabbed by the balls, and there's witnesses and there's things going on, there is no, well, it's boys being boys anymore. This is sexual harassment. So, I mean, I don't know what you're getting at with two sides of the story. I don't understand that either, Big Speedy. I don't want to bust your balls, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong, Speedy, that is there still, what are you saying, that there are two sides to the story? Go ahead, Speedy. Maybe I'm missing something. And if I am, I will admit that I am wrong.
No, because Scorekeeper was just saying that, sometimes people get things wrong, and they do because they were coming out with me. Well, you did this and you did that, and you're suspended. We're telling your parents. Like, well, you didn't listen to my side of the story. Why is it there only get one side of the story? You guys are going off on your own tangent. Well, we have proof and we have evidence. Because this is why I got sent to so many different schools because of crap like this. The last school I was at, before I got sent to my current school that I graduated from, the girl told the cops, well, he threw a big, giant rock at my friend Brandy. And, the school cops were like, well, let's go look. And they found no imprint, no nothing. And they told the principal, and the principal she decided to turn a blind eye. Well, no, he's still suspended. I'm like, so that's it. You're suspending me over proof you don't even have. Go ahead, call my parents. Tell them what happened. And in 2002, half the teachers lost their jobs because they didn't have proof for only hearing one side of the story. That's all I was saying, Almighty.
Okay, I understand that. But you're not going to get comments because of, well, our legal team told us not to comment. So some of this may not come out until it reaches in the courtroom litigation. I know what you're saying, Speedy. So maybe when it does get to court, if it does, maybe things will come out, and that's where we'll see, unfortunately, the players that have spoken out. But like I understand what you're saying, Speedy. Unfortunately, none of this stuff is going to come out until it goes to court or whatever happens, and there may be a settlement with an NDA, which is possible too. And see, they're already trying to arrest those people.
Okay. Well, only someone
He
with
muted himself so that we wouldn't hear the siren. I don't know if he was finished talking or not. Scorekeeper, what are your thoughts?
Like I say, unfortunately, this is a story that I feel is rather common, and this is one that is actually hit. I hope they get the investigation done quickly. That's my thoughts were, if the individuals are on paid leave, okay, get the investigation done quickly, and I just hope there's proof either way that you know, if it happened, it's just it's bad, man. Now, you may not have proof, but eyewitness testimony does mean a great deal.
Especially if there's more than one eyewitness, and that carries a lot of weight. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. I mean, one individual, you may have a situation where you would say, well, is this individual telling the truth, or is it a case of he said and she said, or he said? But when you've got more than one eyewitness, you've got 2 or 3 eyewitnesses all telling you the same story, the same line, it gets a little bit difficult to deny.
Yes. Now, that's the thing. I had a workplace situation as a shop steward where 3 employees came over to me and asked me if I would handle their case. And I'm not going to mention any names. I'm not going to mention when this happened, but they were telling me what was going on. They said the supervisor revealed themselves. And I'm like, what? And they said, yes, he exposed himself to us. And they were very descriptive. And I said, wait a minute, you all saw this? And all 3 of them nodded. I said, why the hell are you talking to me? All 3 of you saw it? You have to tell management right away. And the thing about witness testimony, and in this case, thank God I didn't take this case, because when they gave their testimony, all 3 were all over the place. So it didn't happen. They all allegedly saw the same thing, and yet in the telling of their statements, they weren't close. So if there are 3, you know, hopefully there's more witnesses and they can tell the story. And it doesn't have to be accurate, folks, because I'm sorry?
No, I was going to say, I'm thinking 5, because they said 3 players, and I thought Almighty had said in his report that it was 1 or 2 assistant coaches also. So 3 players went forward already to the campus police, and they're saying that it's either 1 or 2 assistants also that were harassed. That's 4 to 5 people right there, and that's just scratching the surface.
It said that the assistant coaches were depanced. Quick thing here, high ice, but Big Dog and I have been around long enough to know that we're not going to say your full name.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, though. Thanks for playing. So...
Who is Ice anyway? Do we all know?
Just someone that popped in the show.
Yeah, and that's why I said we
did our bit. We did our bit. We're done.
Yeah. So it's all good. Read it carefully. Anime Grown. When you do, you'll see. It's one of those little jokes. So if there's 5 witnesses, thank you, Big Dog. And they went to the police, folks. This isn't an internal. This is a serious thing. So I just hope I don't want to say litigated quickly. I hope they can get it resolved fast.
Well, it's been I think 2.5 months. So we'll see if anything else has happened since then. I tried to search for an update, but I haven't seen an update.
And I think Big Dog said something earlier about that if, in fact, they're guilty and stuff, who are the ones that are going to be paying for this? The players. Because
Unfortunately, yes.
something's going to be happening where the school is going to get sanctioned and the players aren't going to be able to play. So it just remains to be.
Yeah, and just on that point on its own, that the sanctions that might be coming, that's like when Reggie Bush got stripped of his Heisman Trophy, because he was taking money, so on and so forth, and he had already been out of SC for what 5, 7, 8 years, whatever, however many years it's been. But the players that were playing there, the kids that were playing at that time, that the sanctions were put in, about I believe they lost something like 5 or 7 scholarships. So 5 to 7 of those kids, had their dreams taken away because of something that happened years before that they had absolutely nothing to do with. But NCAA has to put sanctions on the team, even though it was found out years later. But the current team is the one that suffers, unfortunately.
The only thing I would say to that is I thought it was a lot closer. It was obvious that he was out when everything was discovered, but it was a lot sooner. I think over the years USC paid big time, but Big Dog is correct in the thing that it's like who suffers. And in the case of this football player, I thought it was really a lot closer. Pete Carroll left as that thing was going down, and I understand.
Yeah, he left before it hit the fan, and that's one of the reasons why I hate him so much, or dislike him so much. And but when let's put it this way, maybe it was closer to when he left, but that group of that team that Reggie Bush was on had already graduated and left when the sanctions were imposed. So it was a whole new set of kids that had absolutely nothing to do with it. And they were, as I said, it's sad that the someone that has nothing to do with it has to pay the price. But, you can't not sanction them either, so.
All right, fair enough. I did get a message from Almighty that he's going to take a moment, should be back. Let me go ahead and interrupt, ladies and gentlemen. We're now entering the third hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is May 5th, or I'm sorry, that was Cinco de Mayo yesterday. Today's May 6th, 2023. It's a glorious morning. The Kentucky Derby, the 149th race in the Kentucky Derby is today. We'll get to that in a little bit. But that's Almighty, that's Speedy over there, Anime Girl, and Big Dog. If you want to continue with this story, we can finish it up. Or wow, hands flying everywhere. So
Almighty, did you complete your escort confirmation? You okay now?
Quiet. Yeah, I just get off camera for a while.
No,
I'm
know.
I'm all right. But but I did confirm that, and
okay, good. I'm glad.
I mean, I got
how many?
I got my STD testing done, so I'm fine.
He had a 2-for-1 coupon, Scorekeeper, so he invoked that. So he's getting a 2-for.
Thank you. But anyway,
I've never been so privileged. Please, Almighty.
But anyway, I'm done with the story. I just brought it to your attention to see what everybody thought, because another one of those stupid things going on in sports that shouldn't still be happening in 2023.
I mean, how is this still happening, man? It's just unbelievable.
Bullies are bullies. They have that mentality that especially if they're a star player or an upper tier player, that they feel they're untouchable because they're they're one of the stars.
Yeah, stupid is as stupid does, huh?
Oh my goodness,
exactly.
yes.
Boy, did he get that one right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus I don't want to interrupt Speedy anymore, so I mute myself so I don't interrupt Speedy, so he gets then a full sentence.
Oh, Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess I have to do the same thing too. So, all right. Thank you for that, Almighty Anime Girl. Did you have a story you wanted to get to?
No, not at this time. I will forego that wonderful experience.
Okay. Going again, round robin. I believe Big Dog would be next. Do you have a story you want to get to?
I
No,
think-
I talked at length about basketball with Dream, so
Okay.
I will.
Hey. Don't be a dick, Big Dog. We were all here for your conversation with Dream. Come on. Don't be that way. Okay. We were all here for it. So it was good. Speedy, you have a story you want to get to?
Speedy,
Yeah.
do you want to go over what's going on tonight, or do you want to put that on hold for now?
We'll put that on hold for now.
All right,
let's
go
do
go
it.
for it, Speedy. I'll mute myself, so I will let you get in your word.
Wow, Big Dog's head just got big for a second there. I don't know what happened.
But he's
That's
big.
why it's called Big Dog.
Yeah, come on, man. Okay,
Oh.
we're gonna have a quick
Up.
show and tell. Hold on, Speedy.
Put it up.
Oh,
Oh,
Almighty, get over here.
oh, it's the Joker. Cool.
Is that one of the players from the story we were just talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dog is quite skilled at getting breaking news information, so I don't know. I felt that
This
I
was
had to ask that.
this was a 15-minute sketch or 15-minute painting. Actually, this is painted
Nice.
on a 9x12. I love the eyes.
So cool, says Jay. So, knowing that, Almighty, get back, Almighty. When does your program debut for the Better Call Saul season 6 rewatch? Is it tomorrow?
Yes, it is. At what is that? I don't know. It's 3 o'clock your time.
Is the episode programmed?
Yes.
Coolio. All right. So there you go, folks. There's we have quite a bit of Sunday stuff that we're gonna get to. So thank you. All right, Almighty.
Nice painting
Yes.
there, Big Dog. Is that a recent accusation? Accusation. God damn it.
Acquisition, but that's okay. It's only because of the story we were talking about.
Oh,
You're not
yeah.
at fault, Almighty. You lived this.
He
Yes.
lost his front teeth. That's all.
Yeah. It exudes, Almighty. We get that. Please, Big Dog.
Yes, this is a recent
Acquisition.
accusation. Yes, I recently acquired this. It's actually been about a week and a half to 2 weeks because since it's painted, of course, he has to wait for it to dry, and then he puts. I asked since it was black paper. Usually he doesn't do it for the paper since it's thinner, but I asked for a very light coating of varnish on it to keep the shine, and it keeps the colors over time. So he did a very light varnish. But so he paints it, waits 1 to 2 days for the paint to dry, and then applies varnish if he can. He does, especially does it for the canvases, and then that takes another couple of days to dry, and then he packages and sends it. But he wants to make sure it's completely dry, so that when you're unpacking it, it doesn't stick to the plastic or whatever he's wrapped it in, which happened once. So
Is that the same guy that you got the other ones from?
yes.
Hey,
His name
cool.
his name is Esteban Salinas.
So when's he going to join us?
I will ask him. He's a night owl, so maybe he's in Chicago. Yes, sir.
On a related note, as far as I know, the next Comics 101 will
Oh,
be on June 6th at 6 o'clock Pacific time. Everybody, you figure it out. You figure it out yourselves, but there's a reason.
Okay, wait. That's on a Tuesday, correct? June 6th?
Yes.
I thought
So
we spoke about it. If it's not cool, then it's not cool. But
No,
Big Dog
that's
and I
awesome.
mentioned it.
Yeah.
I have to go ahead and put it on calendar. That's all, folks. It's just,
it's-
I'm terribly excited, folks. There's a lot of material on this network again, and I'm just like, oh crap, got to make sure I get it in there. So absolutely awesome.
That
so
program
it's-
you're on about, Almighty. That's
What's that?
Monday the 8th. The program you were on about previously. That's this Monday the 8th. That it's on?
No, it's tomorrow
Tomorrow.
at
Oh,
3
cool.
p.m.
Well,
did you
Better Call
say-
Saul is tomorrow, but there is a program on the 8th. You are correct, Anime Girl.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
No,
Scorekeeper
just
looks.
trying to work out the timings for over here, if I could catch it or not. That was all.
You're saying May 8th?
Isn't there a program on Monday there?
Yes, there is.
Why don't you go over that real quick, Scorekeeper, since we're here?
All right. Speedy, we'll get to you in a moment. I'm sorry. I'll go over the schedule real quick again. And I'll have the page set up, so I'll be ready to go for Speedy. So here we go. Let me go over to the screen. We're going to get to it right now. Do the sound for the moment. Here's the schedule, folks. Upcoming tomorrow, Cosmo K is going to be on at 3 p.m. Pacific time. I'm sorry, no, 12 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And then at 3 p.m. debuts the new program, the season 6 rewatch of, oh my goodness, what's the name of the program?
Better Call Saul?
Better Call Saul.
Rewatch, yes. On May 8th, Samantha Glassner, the Arc, joins us at 6 p.m. Pacific time. On the 21st, Christy Burke joins us at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Donia Cash joins us on the 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Ben Emanuel from Have Hope, Yo, Travelers, Eureka, Continuum, and Kingdom Hospital will join us on the holiday Monday at 6 p.m. Pacific time on May 29th. And then upcoming guests, we're negotiating dates. Evan English of Enterprise, Jelena Moore and Stephen William Moore, Naledi Murray of Sweet Tooth, also, and Skyla Elise. Actually, that one has been confirmed. I did talk about that earlier, so that guest is also confirmed. So a lot of stuff going on the network as well as the regular programs. So thank you. We're good. Let me know. Speedy, get to it, buddy.
Well, if you would so kindly start with that video I sent you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that right now. Here we go. Check it out. And boom.
These new bases are wider than the old ones.
Is he focused on the size of the new bases?
Now it will be easier to steal second base.
Is he thinking about stealing second base?
7 years in the league.
And he's never stolen a single base. Don't steal second base.
The pitcher's not looking.
I am not looking.
I wish they could do a part 2 of that, or it should have went longer, but I know they only got 30 seconds. I want to see how that played out, because, with him running across, could he steal second with bigger bases? That's the
I reckon it's you're out.
Probably.
The way
last week, I'm sorry, go ahead, Anime Girl.
I was going to say the way the guy dipped his head when he moved, I thought, yeah, you can guarantee it's going to be you're out. So
that was very well done. That's a cool little commercial. I did talk last week. I know it was still early, but Major League Baseball stolen base attempts are up, highest ever in roughly 2 decades. The percentage rate of success is also the highest in the history of baseball. So the game is speedier. Sorry, Speedy, didn't mean to say that, but it's a cool commercial. It's rather sharp. I like it. It's got a sense of humor there. So, Speedy, in the baseball that's been going on, have you been watching? I have. I am not catching a game a day, but I am watching the replays on a lot of games, and there's a lot of stolen bases. A lot of stuff is going on.
Well, did you know, thanks to the Zach Hampel YouTube channel, that in Japan, security does not allow fans to keep batted balls during batting practice. But if a player throws you the ball, that's cool, you get to keep it. But if they didn't intend for a play to turn into a home run, Japan security will walk over and nod and expect you to hand the ball over to them for the game. I guess Japan doesn't recycle their balls or buy extras like we do here in the States. So, but yeah, it was funny because in the video that Zach Campbell posted last year, he's like, how about a trade? I have an American baseball for this one. And the security guard was like, no. With the one that they just became a home run. That's what I need. Sorry, no trade. He's like, oh okay.
I was
I'm
genuinely.
so,
Go ahead, Animaker.
I'm so glad my camera was off at that point when Speedy started talking about recycling and his balls. I couldn't hold it in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My mind went elsewhere.
In Japan, it is well understood. Well, first of all, Japanese culture, if you've ever seen anything, read about it, it's quite a bit different from us. In Major League Baseball, there are no subtle differences. There are significant differences between baseball in Japan as versus the United States stuff. One of the things is you do return the baseballs, and during the games, it's just understood you're going to do it, and fans know that. So it's really cool. The only time they get to keep a baseball is when a player gives them a ball, or the team gives them the ball, or they're able to purchase one. Just a little bit different baseball. Over here, I saw a video as to when this happened. I believe it was in the 1920s or the 1930s. There was an actual court case where a fan who was 10 years old caught a foul ball, and apparently they had to return it, and the boy refused. He was arrested, and he was kept in jail. That was crazy. And it looked bad. Eventually, it is a legal case that went through the system. And after that, fans were able to keep the balls that went into the stands. But it became one of the best merchandising campaigns that anyone's ever had. In football, you are not allowed to keep them. In hockey, I don't know how that one works. Almighty, you seem to be a little bit of a hockey maven. In basketball, Big Dog, if you would kindly enlighten us, and I understand that they only use one basketball during the game anyway, but the fans have to return the ball. Big Dog.
Yes. So the ball goes in the stands, has to be returned. They do have that. Of course, they have other balls in case one gets wet or, something happens to it. They have a different ball. Or if both teams decide that the ball is too slick. For baseball, this is a contrast in baseball, because in baseball, I believe do they love having a brand new ball or a ball that's been used?
Who loves? I missed it.
The players, or I guess the pitchers. I guess it would be a pitcher. A brand new ball versus a ball that's been in play for a few innings.
Modern ball players are stupid, Big Dog. They want new everything. I've talked about how if you have a ball that had, you can do stuff with an older pitch, but if it just touches anything, they automatically just throw it out. So, yeah, they're using new for everything.
In basketball, they never use a brand new ball. It's a ball that has been used in practice, on the off days and stuff, so that it doesn't have that slickness to a new basket. Anybody that's played basketball that bought a brand new basketball, as soon as they take it out, it has that little slickness to it, and players hate that. So players will never play with a brand new ball. And the only time the ball gets changed out is, as I said, if something happened to it, or if both teams agree that the ball's just too slick and they need a different one.
Yes. So I think European soccer is the same. If the ball gets kicked into the stand, it has to come back. And
really?
You don't get to keep it has to. They have several people with several different footballs around the park, but the fans know that if that ball goes into the stands, it goes back on the pitch. You don't get to keep it.
Okay.
Almighty?
If you're not too badly hurt, you can keep the puck.
Yeah, because when that thing goes in the stands, dude,
Okay.
But it doesn't go. But that doesn't happen very often, since now they have lots of high-rise plastic around the netting. But if it does fly over that, The first thing that
does every
happens
once in a
is they check to make sure you're okay. But yeah, if you get that puck, you are allowed to keep it if you're not in a coma and go to the hospital.
What is describe the puck to us, Almighty, if you would?
What's that?
What is the puck made out of? It's a little rubber thing. I mean, it's a
I-
nasty
It's a hard-
little
Man,
it's a
you're
hard
asking.
plastic, right?
projectile.
I
I
think
believe
it's a hard plastic, but I don't know. I mean, it's a hard something because you see people that get hit with that puck who have blood running down their heads. So,
Yeah.
but I'm not exactly sure. I'm sorry, Big Raji, that I don't know. and Doggy may know more about it than I do.
I will admit I have been called Raji by Almighty for a while now, but today I have to mark the day that we got Doggy. So May 6th,
Do
the
it
day
doggy
after.
style.
What happens if a fan comes in a soccer game with same colors and makes a goal? If there's a joke there, first he gets his ass whooped by the team, possibly then the ref, and then as he gets into the fans, where the fans are, he'll probably get his ass whooped there as well. So I don't know.
Yes, timeout.
Ice hockey puck, I've just checked it. It is made from vulcanized rubber. So there you
Vulcanized
go.
rubber. Okay.
Vulcanized rubber. So that thing hits you, you're going to end up black and blue.
So there,
See,
fans,
you-
you heard it here
you-
first that we do have communications with Vulcan because they
There
are
you go.
sending
That's
us
just
the
what
pucks.
I was just gonna say the same thing. Star Trek reference even in hockey. Speedy, was Jake Peavy a good pitcher?
I'm sorry.
Was Jake Peavy a good pitcher?
Yeah,
From the Giants, bro. Okay.
He started off with
Scorekeeper.
the San Diego Padres, did he not? And then
Was
went
Jake
over
Peavy
to
a good
Florida.
pitcher?
He was all right. He had his moments, and then his second half of his
okay.
career.
So
I'm going
so
by
it's not a
memory.
surpri-
He
so
was
it's
pedestrian.
not a surprise if I tell you that he's now pitching for the Savannah Bananas.
Oh, that's Big Dog's favorite team, is it not? Please enlighten
Yes.
us, Big Dog.
Jake Peavy has pitched a game for the Savannah Bananas that happened about a week or two ago, and also one of Scorekeeper's favorite players, Mr. Johnny Damon, played for the Savannah Bananas and struck out.
Did you say Matt Damon?
No.
No, Johnny Damon of the Scorekeeper's third favorite team, the Boston Red Sox.
How old is that guy?
Oh, he's in his 40s now. He's got to be.
Yeah.
That's what
dude,
I'm
you probably
thinking.
just
My
did-
gosh. All right. I just thinking that I haven't heard his name for decades.
Yeah, he that was a quick in and out there.
Yeah.
I think these guys are going. From what I've read, the Savannah Bananas are actually cash. The cash is flowing. Is a nice way of saying it. It's a husband and wife couple, and they put all their life savings into this team. They bought the team. The team was doing badly as far as attendance, and they changed it to the style that they have now, which is the fun-loving, clowning, barely baseball type of play. And the fans in Savannah, I guess, love it. So they have now had a sellout. I believe they've had the team for like 4 years, and I believe the last year and a half to 2 years or seasons, they've had complete sellouts where there's actually standing room only tickets being sold. So I'm pretty sure they're getting these guys like PV and Damon, and there were a couple of other guys I saw listed that have made guest appearances for the Savannah Bananas. Gomes, Bynes, and a couple other players. So I think they're doing some one-offs, paying these guys, a decent amount to come and bring even more fans in. So I started following them on Instagram, and I guess now they're going on the road. So, but I don't believe they come out this far. I'm not sure what league they're actually in. It's got to be an independent league. Wouldn't you think, Scorekeeper?
Yes, they are.
Scorekeeper does not like the Savannah Bananas.
No, not at all.
The traditionalist, the traditionalist in him does not like them. I'm pretty sure it's an enjoyable time, but to see the things that they do probably would irk Scorekeeper to no end if he would go live and see this happen.
I've seen the videos.
Uh-huh.
I've seen the videos, and I'm grateful that the big dog made clear to me that this is a family endeavor and it's entertainment. Because no, I see what they're like. Hey, fuck, and lots of other stuff and lots of violations. But Big Dog has talked about this in the past, at least once or twice, and it's a feel-good story because it's working. And folks, if it's entertaining the fans, who gives an F? That's important. You know what you're gonna get. And it's kind of cool. Didn't you and I equate it maybe almost like the Harlem Globetrotters or something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
Folks, if it's fun, who gives a rat's ass? It's good stuff. It's just that wouldn't necessarily be my cup of tea. Sorry, anime girl. That's it?
Okay, so according to this, the question was asked. It says, do the Savannah Bananas play in the league? It says, until 2022, the Bananas competed in the Coastal Plain League, the CPL West Division, where they won 3 Pettit Cup championships in 2016, 2021, and 2022. The team has been featured on ESPN, the Wall Street Journal, Sports Illustrated, because of its on-the-field hijinks and viral videos. Interesting.
Yeah, and folks, if you look them up, there's some creative stuff on there, and it's funny, but it's more Harlem Globetrotters. That's all. I have nothing against it. I may go see it once or twice, but yeah, it's okay.
Scorekeeper, you are the guru of baseball.
I don't know what that means.
In the continental, or actually in the United States. There's a certain knucklehead that may challenge you, but I still would pick you over him. But, and you are also a Yankee historian. Can you enlighten me on the idea? I just came across this. I don't know if you know about it or not, but a female pitcher by the name of Jackie Mitchell that struck out Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig.
Yeah.
What's the story on this?
That was in the late 20s when it happened, Big Dog.
Okay.
I don't remember more than that, but yeah, she was a young girl, and
17,
she could bring it.
Says.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I thought she was in her 20s. I didn't remember that. But do you have the article on that, or why are they bringing that up right now?
Well, no, it just when I was scrolling through about the Savannah Bananas, this particular question came up. It says, what female pitcher struck out the Babe? And it talked about this. 17-year-old. Yeah, she took the mound against the Yankees, striking out Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig before walking Tony Lazzeri. Says Mitchell placed her name in the record books with the strikeouts, but also became part of an ongoing debate and mystery regarding the circumstances of surrounding the game. So,
that I recall, it was not a major league game, but
yeah, of course.
That it was either preseason or an exhibition, but I think it was spring baseball when it happened. Yeah, and there was some stuff on there that they didn't know who she was at first. See, that was the thing, that there's a little bit of history on that where she was able to get on there, and the guys would never have faced a female. Just, well, we're not going to do this. So
do you think maybe she dressed up and posed as a guy?
As I understand, yes. As I understand it, yes.
Oh, okay.
And then when she revealed who she was, it was like, wow, Neat. Not going to happen.
You never know, Scorekeeper. You never know.
About what? I did not see the impression that you had, or the
Female players on a baseball team. You never
I
know.
have no issue. I brook no issue with it. I think that would be rather cool. There are women that are better ball players today. It's just, folks, the difference, and these gentlemen will argue with me on this, but most women that are good at something do not have the upper body strength because the female body is designed a little bit differently. But when they get that upper body strength, they're just as good, if not better, than some males at it. It's the reason why some people can throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball and some people can only throw a .98-mile-an-hour fastball. It just is. It just is. And there are women that can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will not disagree with you on that because yesterday came from my Facebook memories when I was with my cousin in Modesto, California, where she's like, would you like to go with me? Because my other friend's backed out. I'm like, where are we going? She's like, I got free tickets to a women's football league right here in the city. I'm like, okay, let's go. And you just see not guys tackling each other, but women actually beating the crap out of each other over a football. So it was interesting. It was really cool. So,
Yeah, we were privileged to call some games in the early part of the last decade for the California Quake, a women's football team here in Southern California. And I was privileged enough to travel to a few of their playoff games, one being in Portland, or versus Portland, which was played across the river in Washington. So go figure. California Quake visiting the Portland Breakers, I think it was, or the Blaze, and played in Portland, but in reality it was in Washington, State over, which was kind of cool. So it was good. It was fun. Some exciting stuff.
yeah.
I know they always say that you should never play mixed hockey, male against female. They
Why is
say,
that?
well, apparently the females have the upper hand because they can get quite, shall we say, physical with the sticks, and a lot of men may be singing soprano when they finish the game.
Interesting.
Now, folks, here's where it's going to get real. Oh, here we go. Go ahead, Almighty, please. You're shaking your head on that one, baby.
Not ice hockey, not ice hockey.
Shaking that noggin. Come on.
I've seen women play hockey, and they're very aggressive, but even men can use those sticks to help them be on the Sopranos. And I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I think they could. I'm not saying they couldn't. Have we ever seen a females try to play with the men up in Canada? Yeah, up in Canada,
Canada,
where the grizzly bears roam and the Mounties mount. I don't know, but anyway, I don't know. I would like to see some females try to play with the men in hockey to see how well they do. I know that I've only seen them play in the Olympics, and they seem to be very, very aggressive when they play. But I don't know how that transfers. I don't know how that transfers to men unless they have happened to play against men to see how well they do. So I'm not against it. I just would like to see. I don't know if there's any. If they played with the men, I would like to know how well they've done.
True. I don't know if they played against blokes. Well, I've seen a few, shall we say, inter-service matches where females have played against males, and they haven't done that well because basically the guys will use, as Roger says, the upper body strength. They'll body check and send them for six. But when it comes to the actual skill with the hockey stick, I think a lot of females have a lot more going for them because they seem a bit more adept with the wrist and the hands to be able to hook.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's true because with the men, their wrists may be a little worn out from certain things, but
don't go there.
But I'm not talking about females
Speedy?
against men.
Speedy, do you know
I'm
what they're
talking about
talking
mixed. I'm talking about letting women play alongside men, not
Yeah.
women versus
Yeah.
not the sexes versus the sexes, just where
Yeah.
they can get on the ice and keep. So I don't know. I don't know if it's happened. I don't know. I would like to see it just to see how well they do.
I would think it would be interesting because if you used the guys, say, at the back as defence and used the women who are lighter and faster at the front, I think that would prove rather interesting. What do you think?
I would just like to see it if it ever happens. I mean, the only place I could see it going on would be Canada, where that's the king of hockey.
Yeah. What do you think, Roger?
In a generic sense, I could see women play baseball much quicker than any other sport. I think there are women that could play right now, but look, it's going to come down to the best talent that you're going to have anyways. Of course, you'll have them play. Now, folks, and this is okay. I'll leave it at that. The other comments?
No.
Well, it would be nothing new for me because I've seen women do this. That started with Extreme Championship Wrestling in the 90s, where Paul Heyman let the Dudley Boys take out Beulah McKillicuddy and, well, are you comfortable going through a table? She said, yes, go ahead, absolutely. Not really knowing that she would get injured that same summer. But yeah, I've been to, and it's funny that we're talking about this because last night while watching SmackDown, I was scrolling through my phone and my phone goes, hey, you know you forgot to upload this one video? It was from the women's wrestling show last month in Santa Clara. And I'm like, I thought I lost the video. So I've got to put that on that album page sometime today. But, you know, pretty soon I've got things to do and places to go, especially Free Comic Book Day. I know Big Dog's trying to head out too, and I'll be spending all day going, can I get this one for free? Can I get that one for free?
No,
probably like, I don't need no comic.
Really?
I don't know.
Where are you going?
You will have a limit probably at each shop what you can acquire. So you may have to visit more than one if you want to snag all the issues. Am I mistaken in that? Is that like that in SoCal, Big Dog?
Yeah. Luckily, the one that I'm going to be going to and the one Scorekeeper unfortunately cannot go to this week after all is 4-Color Comics, and I believe I read that they're letting you pick either 10 or 11 books of the choices that are there. So that's usually more, but usually it's 5 to 7 books maybe. You know, that they choose, because like I said, there's about 40, I can't remember, it's 42 or 44 books that come out for Free Comic Book Day.
And that's a lot.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know, in case you think that the distributing companies give these to the shops for free, no, the shops pay for these books.
Yeah, but it comes out of their inventory.
But this is their way of saying thank you to all the customers for spending their money in said shops. So they do Free Comic Book Day. So we don't get charged as customers, but they do get charged for all these books. That's why some stores don't carry the entire selection, because of the charge that they get, the amount of money that they have to pay for it.
I don't know how much it costs now, but the last I heard, each book cost a dime. But I don't know. I cannot go on record how much it is now. I mean, that was years ago when I heard that number. But you're right, Big Dog.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because they want shops to carry the books to help promote upcoming projects or whatever's going on. But I'm not sure. I guess I could find out real quick by asking several dealers I know. But if they're busy, they probably not get back to me soon. But it's something to work.
It's today is Free Comic Book Day, so it's all the comic book shops are giving away books. So pretty much any comic book shop where you're at, there are a couple up in Alhambra, not Alhambra. There are a couple up in, there's a JPM Comics in Glendora. That's not too far from you. That's probably the closest. And of course, if you go to Frank & Sons, and then the one in Rancho, which is 4-color comics. Those are the probably closest ones to you. Speedy probably has to go up to Haywood or something.
No, I'm gonna. There's a comic book place down the street next door to GameStop.
Oh,
So I'm
cool.
gonna go there pretty soon, and then after that, I'm gonna go to Berkeley, and then I'll probably go back the other way west towards Dublin, because everybody in Dublin they do have a Barnes and Noble there, but I know they have comic books there, but I don't know if Barnes and Noble does the free stuff. So I'm gonna
No, not Barnes and Noble. That's not a comic book store.
The best
No.
thing that you can do, folks, is head over to freecomicbookday.com, and there's a listing of participating locations. And I believe the vast majority are just comic book or collectible shops. So they'll tell you if they're involved or not, if they're giving out stuff. But yeah, just go there and it'll give you a comic book. Believe it or not, Free Comic Book Day will tell you where all the comic book stores are around you, which is really kind of neat. So,
Is there a limit on how many comics you can actually get?
well, as Big Dog said just a little while ago, it really depends on the place that you go, because for this day, the numbers have grown exponentially. I remember when there was 10 or 12 comic books that they were giving out. And Big Dog just said there was like close to 42 now for this day.
I think, yeah.
So that's 42 special editions or issues or whatever. And the comic book stores are giving them away, so they're not going to give out all 42.
No.
Unless you know the person.
Yeah, unless you know the person, you're good friends with them.
Tell me something. These
Yes.
these comic shops, do they do the same over in the States as some of the shops do in Japan, which is they make up what they call lucky bags with different monetary values on, and you just pay whatever is on the bag, and then you take your chance of what's actually inside it. Does that happen in the States? I've never heard anywhere else doing it.
Some places do that, but that's more at conventions. If you go to a comic book convention, there's usually someone, and over here what they just call them grab bags or mystery bags.
Yeah.
And you pay X amount of money for it, and they say let's say you pay $20 for the bag, and they say the value of what's in the bag should be $30 or more. And then they usually have like one high-end comic that may be worth $75 to $100, but there's only one of those in, let's say 100 different bags. So you don't know if you're going to get it or not, but you open it up and you see what you get.
Yeah.
When my kids were smaller, there was we would go to San Diego, and God, they drained me. There was a lady that had a table, but her table was jewelry and such. And my kids were small. They were like 12, 10, and 7, 13, 10, and 7, actually. And she had grab bags, and it was for $5. You open it up, and there was like little bracelets and earrings and necklaces, cheap crap. But the kids, of course, kids love it. They kept, Dad, give me $5. Dad, give me $5. I was just like, But they knew, because I gave, when they were small and we would go, my 3 daughters and myself, I had a comic book backing board, and I'd have each of their names on top of the backing board. And I gave them, I think it was $100 a person, each child. So each kid got $100, but I handled the money. So they had to come to me to tell me what they wanted to buy, because the 7-year-old's gonna, want to buy everything under the sun. So I had to explain to her, no, you see it here, but you look around. This San Diego literally takes a day to a day and a half to walk completely, down each and every aisle. So I would tell them, okay, you see it here, there's gonna be at least 2 or 3 more people selling the same thing, maybe cheaper. So you wait. So they would have their values, and if I would give them money or buy them whatever they wanted, I would subtract. And then at the end of the day, I would say, okay, well, you have, $85 left. Oh, but you only have 75. And the third daughter would be like, oh, you still have 100, because she always waited till the last day, because she knew Sundays was bargain day.
Smart kid. Smart
And
kid.
and then and then she would go and buy everything for even cheaper than what they were offering.
Jeez. I missed out a lot when I was growing up.
Yeah, it's fun.
I never went to anything like that. I think most I
Well,
ever
yeah.
went to was a model train show or toy what they call a toy fair. I occasionally
Yep.
went to one of them, but that's about all I ever went to.
Well, the train fair, that would probably get Scorekeeper's attention.
Yeah, I already have
In-
some schedule that I'm going to be attending.
In
but-
2019, it cost between 10 and 15 cents.
Okay.
In 2020, stores had to buy in at $60 plus shipping to get all this stuff that they needed. So
Oh, that's not
I
bad.
can, well, I still can't find up to date. So I don't know what it
Mhm.
is in this time. I don't know what it is in 23. I'm sorry, but that's the last I could find.
It's good to know though that the publishers are giving them a break also, because for those who don't know, usually the comic shop owner pays, I believe it's 35% of whatever the cover is, or 45% of whatever the cover is for each book. So if it's a $10 book, then they pay $4.50 to get it, and of course they keep the rest, when it sells. But it's good to know though that the publishers are giving the comic shop owners a break on Free Comic Book Day, so that it's not too much of a monetary hit on them.
So thank you for being very patient, Speedy. Let's get to you right now. What do you
Holy
have for
crap.
us?
Thank you for that, Almighty. Yeah. I hope I can find some good stuff today with Comic Book Day. We'll see what happens. I'm going to be sure to check out the website that Scorekeeper posted too. I will do that immediately after the show. But before that, Matt Ortega has a warning for Nevadans about the age moving, even though the local news here keeps reporting, yeah, the deal's over, it's done. But he said, don't for 1 minute trust the A's owners moving to the desert, because it won't translate to a winning team. He said, you guys in Nevada should be against this idea of a billion-dollar owner wanting $50 million, $500 million for the state for a new ballpark. For more info, he has a site. It's called, well, I'll just put the site in the chat room. And he said it's a one-man crusade that he's doing himself to inform fans in Vegas how much of a bad owner that John Fisher really is. Here it is. There it goes in the chat room right there. That is his website. And also the other day this week, people were confused because umpires oddly made Rays pitcher Zach Eflin remove his wedding ring, and fans were confused why, including the announcers. So they're like, he's not having any substance on his hands, and what is going on here? And they're like, well, they want him to take it off. They believe substances are on that ring.
That's not
So
why.
Unless
Go
he
ahead.
takes it off.
Go ahead.
So, yeah.
Scorekeeper knows this one as well as I do. What they do and what they used to do back in the day, they would wear their wedding ring, but they would scuff the bottom of it and sharpen it so you can dig into the ball. And the catchers used to do it also, where the old ways where now everything's Velcro, but the old ways when you had to do it, tie your shin guards and stuff with the metal rings, they would sharpen those rings up so you could scratch the ball, the pitcher can get that extra grip on there. So I don't know who noticed it first. I don't know if Scorekeeper even thought about this, but as soon as you said they made him take his ring off, I'm like, oh, they thought he was sharp. He had something on the ring to be able to dig into the ball. That's probably why they took it off. But all you do is look at the ring. I mean, you can see it, or you just put your hand, you run your thumb across it. You'll feel the scruffness of it if there's something on the ring. If the ring's been sharpened. Scorpion, you remember back in the day when they did that?
Yep.
The stories of when they did that?
The player immediately told the umpires, hey, it's a rubber ring. It's my wedding ring. And again, guys, sorry for being a dick, but you can't wear it. You can't
Oh, really? I
have
didn't know that.
anything on your hand. That's
Is it
just
because of what
the
I
way
said?
it is. No, sir. It's just you can't. You're
No,
not
I
supposed to
understand.
have anything on there.
Because I remember back in the 80s that they were talking about that they would sharpen up the ring to scuff the ball. So that's why I'm just asking, did that rule change? 'Cause I could have sworn in the 80s they did, but I could be wrong.
I don't believe you're wrong, Big Dog. The thing is that you can get away with it up until they see it. You know?
Yeah.
Look, you're not supposed to wear any jewelry because you can get hurt. And the pitcher would say, oh, but it's a rubber ring. No, you can't wear any jewelry. You can't wear anything, folks, because as Major League Baseball says, it's not part of the uniform. And there are specific rules to the uniform. So I love how the blogosphere goes wild, saying, oh, but it's a rubber ring, or it's his wedding ring. Who gives a rat's ass? You can't wear anything. Now, if you want to go really wacko with the rules on the uniforms, visit the NBA, visit the NFL. Oh my God, there are super tight specifications because basketball players will, and not unlike baseball players, and not unlike football players. It's just their rules are very, very specific. Baseball is a little lighter when it comes to the rules. Case in point, something that annoys me to no end is why do you wear these chains? These kids love to show off their bling bling and they have these stick things. The first thing I do as a batter is say, hey, sorry, it's reflecting off the light. Take it off. Come on, how stupid are you? Just get rid of it. There is no rule against someone wearing gold chains. Surprisingly, there isn't. Up until it affects a player and they see that flash or reflection or whatever. But they shouldn't even have to wear anything there. Look, having a gold chain under my shirt, I can use that too to carve up the ball, but whatever. Does the Big Dog have his hands up right there?
Yes. I have a question. What kind of cheap ass Major League Baseball player who makes millions of dollars a year is buying a freaking rubber ring as a wedding ring?
They do it so they can. Well, some guys do it so they can keep their ring on while they're pitching. I don't know, Big Dog. These are the idiots of today. You tell me.
And as far as the NBA, yes, there's extremely strict rules about jewelry because there have been things that have happened back in the early 80s, late 70s when they used to wear the gold chain and they used to wear their earrings. And a couple of players, because of reach-ins, actually had the earrings torn out of their earlobes because it got caught in the finger. And also no wedding rings because when they would dunk the ball, there was a chance of the ring actually getting caught in the rim and you could potentially lose your finger. Exactly. So that once a couple of things happened, they said no jewelry whatsoever. So all the chains, all the earrings, wedding bands, all that stuff gets taken off.
Is there a rule on the length of hair that a player in any of these sports have?
I know some teams in baseball have a rule about hair.
Only the fascist New York Yankees have rules concerning hair.
That's actually not true. It has to do with the owners. The Reds were the exact same, and there are other teams, but not all of them do. Look, the Yankees have always had a dress code. It's very simple, folks. They have a dress code. That's all. And it's the easiest thing in the world to have a dress code. And that way you don't argue over what is acceptable and what is not. It's just simple. This is the rule, and that's it. And if a Yankee player violates the rule, they get fined. No problem. It's not an issue. They handle it internally. Eventually, the player gets tired of being fined. so they just follow the rules. A lot of people love this caveman attitude in Major League Baseball of having beards that are, folks, beards are filthy. Beards collect stuff. And hey, you know,
Well, they're not going to eat on the plate.
sure, that's fine.
But who
but
cares?
They
It's
still
not,
are
your,
what they
it's
are.
not your call about beards.
No, it's not. Because
beards-
they can do whatever they
beards
want
make-
if the
beards
team
make
allows
these
it.
players look macho.
Oh, is
And
that
some
what
of
it is?
them, and look, I'm going to disagree with you about beards because, players should be allowed. It helps them, and especially if it comes to their superstitions in baseball, that goes back to it. You heard of the playoff beard? So
I agree with the beard that you should be able to have a beard if you want, but not the lumberjack style where it's you look like you haven't shaved in 30 years or showered or anything. Like, if everybody wants to have a beard, have it like yours, very nicely done, trimmed.
Whose beard?
But the way
Scorekeeper?
what's his face?
No, I haven't
Scorekeeper,
washed
help
my
me-
face.
Scorekeeper, help me out. The third baseman from the Dodgers that left. He's on the
I forget the name, but yes, he
He's
had
on
a
Boston
significant
now.
beard. And look, he has a
Yeah.
big beard, but compared to others, his
Oh,
is
yeah.
actually
Yeah.
kind of
and I think and he's actually
reasonable.
He's trimmed it down now too. He doesn't look like a man, lumberjack anymore.
Gridiron Grill.
But baseball
Who's the third
should
baseman?
be
Turner.
baseball
There
should,
it is.
baseball should be
Turner.
inclusive.
What was that?
Baseball should be inclusive. Speedy, do you have an opinion on this beard issue?
Yeah, I think it should be allowed because as long as
It
it's not.
is allowed. I don't understand what you guys are
it's allowed,
talking about.
but he's trying to say it's not, but I know it is. Look at Madison Bumgarner. His is fine. Everybody else is fine.
Oh, does he have a new job, new team, by the way?
I haven't been able to check that out. I'm not
As a matter of
sure.
fact, the Arizona Diamondbacks said, "Yeah, you're gone, pal." So has he been picked up by anyone else, like the resurgent Cleveland Guardians?
I don't know, but a friend of mine, he posted this on Facebook, and I think you'll like this one because you're the baseball guru. He said Sacramento is the second biggest market in the United States without a Major League Baseball team, and the infrastructure is there. The catch in that summertime in Sacramento is so hot that an open-air stadium probably wouldn't be a good idea. Please give us a team so I can try and buy season tickets. Potentially, I'd still like a Guardians fan, so I'd want them to be an American League team, which I think would be with the Giants nearby as a member of the National League. So, little food for thought that Sacramento should have its own baseball team, but they don't.
Well,
Why didn't the A's just move there? That would have solved it.
I believe Sacramento did make an offer for the team a few years ago. I think they were in the discussion. There were actually a lot of teams that were going after the Athletics.
Oh, that's right, didn't it? Didn't they offer like 200 herd of cattle and 3 cowbells?
Big Dog, I'm surprised with your accuracy. You would actually get it right. It was a bell for each base. So it was really 4 bells.
4 bells.
Big Dog, what's your fucking problem, dude? You're just not on your game today.
I thought it was 4 candles, but I could be wrong.
What was that, Anime Girl?
I thought it was 4 candles, but I could be wrong.
Well, once again, Big Dog, I would ask you to come prepared. I cannot handle when you just utter shit like that. Oh, cows, pardon the pun. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Big Dog, you say whatever you want. I think it was 3 bells. F everyone.
And it's funny because you notice I got annoyed when Big Dog said, it's all about the Dodgers, and I went, yeah.
Oh, that's why you reacted? Oh, that was funny. I actually did see that. Okay.
When did I say it's all about the Dodgers? When did I say that?
Well, you were asking everybody about the Dodgers player and who the name was, and
yeah.
Oh no, that was because of the beard, because it was the
Turner
beard that he used to have. Turner, yeah.
Yeah. And then
I
Great Iron
did
Girl is
notice.
the answer. She did Turner. No, because in my job, I had a whole bunch of go back to do, and one of them happened to be a fill it up Dodger cup, and I was like, "What is this?"
Exactly.
I so badly wanted to just break that cup in half. I'm like, "Where's the chainsaw? Where's the chainsaw? Give me a hammer."
And you could have. All you had to do was buy it and then destroy it.
I'm sorry. Big
Buy
Dog
it
and
and then
I are
destroy
both failing. It was donkey, 6 sheep, and 3 cows. Big Dog, we blew it.
You should have bought it, went on Instagram or Facebook and said, "Look what's in my store," and then on there crack it. They don't need to know that you bought it. You know, you'll know that it was our little secret. But you know, I hate the Dodgers. Crack. That would have been great. You would have got like 1,000 views.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Would have. And by the way, folks, I do want to give a shout out. I thought I had done so, and I am remiss. I did my brother wrong. His birthday was on the 24th last month, and I'm so sorry that I missed it. Lewis, happy birthday. Thank you for spending time with us here on Saturday morning. I hope you're doing well. And,
happy belated birthday.
Yes, happy belated birthday, my brother. I genuinely thought that I'd sent you a message, and it turns out that in my mind, I had a client by the name of Luis Norwood, and I was in contact with that person, and I blew it. No, I didn't, but I was in contact with that person, and no, I dropped the ball. I didn't contact him, but I was in contact with someone else, and I kept sending messages back and forth. So in my mind, I did. And my family, well, did you contact your brother? I said, well, of course I did. I started looking through my messages, and I went quiet. I was like, oh, shit. There was no text. There was no Facebook. There was no email. There was nothing. So I am sorry, Lewis. I hope you did enjoy your birthday. And I hope everything's good.
See, that's why Lewis went and bought a juju doll, because she's now sitting there and he's been stabbing it in the back just to cause you aggravation.
Happy birthday.
Aw, Lewis. Look, you're getting love from the folks here on Sports Talk with the Guys. Isn't that absolutely awesome? He's ringing your bell, Lewis. Oh, and that's Luis. I know how to spell your name.
You're muted, Big Dog. Oh, sorry,
No,
Almighty. Almighty,
No.
you. There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Big Dog. I got all confused. It's not hard.
Okay. We look so much alike. It's understandable.
I should remember that. You know, that white hair.
I look very Latino.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
I kind of resemble that comment. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to take a moment. Yeah, we all do. Ladies and gentlemen, Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is May 6, 2023, the day after Cinco de Mayo. Folks, it is not an American holiday. It is not a Mexican holiday. It is a Southern California holiday. The story is that when the farmers of Mexico beat the French in the Battle of Puebla, it took 2 to 3 weeks for the story to get to Southern California. And when they got the news, they're like, bullshit, we're going to celebrate this shit. And it became a joke because it was so far after the fact, they kept on celebrating it. And it was a Southern California thing. It was part of Mexico at the time. And it just became a reason to celebrate. And I'm going to be racist or whatever, but we Mexicans are looking for any reason to celebrate. And shit, Cinco de Mayo is good. We'll do that too. So it's not a national holiday. Folks, Cinco de Mayo in Mexico is like June 4th through June 6th in America. What's June 4th through June 6th? Well, that's the Battle of Midway. It's the same theme. Kicked the shit out of the Japanese Empire in 1942. It's the same theme. Battle of Puebla. That's why are you celebrating June 4th to the 6th? Well, it's the Battle of Midway. You know, so it's the same thing.
I didn't think Mexicans needed an excuse to have a party.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said I didn't think Mexicans needed an excuse to have a party.
No.
It just felt like one. They have one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you,
3
can you
weeks after that,
imagine?
the French got reinforced. They beat Puebla. Details. Who gives a shit?
Those are
Can you-
semantics.
Yes,
Yeah,
semantics.
I could just imagine. Pretend that you guys had came down here for an APW show last night,
Like we've done.
because my God, there were so many cops driving past my apartment, so many cops on the freeway. And I'm like, yep, they're getting ready to watch out for the people driving being stupid this weekend. After all, we did have Cinco de Mayo. And earlier this morning at 2 o'clock in the morning, I hear cars. And I'm like, and I hear police sirens. I'm like, somebody's getting it. Either that or they're getting arrested. Or they're yawning.
What the hell? Why are you coming at me? I mean, shit. All right, Speedy. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I just took some medication right now. I've been up.
I'm tired too. That's why I came in late the way I've been. Well, actually, I've been coming in late a lot. Because,
Aw. Are you trying to give me an excuse or something?
yeah, let's all take a day off and sports talk with the guys. Almighty can handle the bridge with with Anime Girl.
Oh, Anime Girl and Almighty will handle sports talk with the guys while the rest of us take the day off.
No, Almighty's going. He's going shopping at some comic thing. So, no, it ain't gonna happen. You can't
Are
leave
you
me in
talking about
charge because I'm
today,
British.
Speedy?
No, not today. In the future. In the future.
So
Why?
No,
Because
no,
they're
no,
white?
no.
Why? Because they're white? Are you disparaging us Mexicans? You want the white people to run it? Damn you!
Oh wow,
Damn.
Gridiron Girl.
Damn.
Hey, Gridiron Girl. There you go. You've just been mistaken for being Anglo.
Would you like some?
Let the colonists have a day.
Which
for
day
Christ's
are we
sake.
going to take off, Speedy? That you so, Taskmaster Rogelio here, Rogelio, obviously doesn't give you a day off, which I don't know what the hell that means. But hey, so which day are we going to take off?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
Aw, I see that this is really getting to you. Okay, sorry to put you in a corner. This certainly isn't a safe space right here. No, hell no.
Would you like some Premiership football results? European football, British
sure.
football results? Would you like some?
Please. I would like some.
Just to get some sports back in the conversation.
Whoa. Oh. Okay.
I
sure.
wouldn't want to be responsible for a white supremacist taking over the show.
Hey.
Never said that.
Right. Damn. Here we go. Bournemouth. Remember this now. Bournemouth, not Bournemouth. Bournemouth 1. Chelsea 3. That's full-time result. Manchester City 2. Leeds United 1. Tottenham 1. Crystal Palace 0. Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. Aston Villa 0. So there you go. Those are the latest scores. Those are the latest Premiership scores full time for today.
All right.
How far is Wembley Stadium to you?
About 2 hours away, Big Dog.
Okay.
London as a
go
whole
see the
is
Raiders?
about 2 hours away.
I'm sorry, Raj.
Do you
what
think
was
she'll
that?
go see the Raiders?
Oh no. AEW Wrestling is going to be at Wembley Stadium in August or October. October or August? I can't remember.
Same difference.
October.
It's just cold and colder.
So, which is great because they've already sold 60,000 tickets, and they still have 3 months to go to sell the other 30,000. So they're 2/3 of the way sold out, which is not bad for a non-WWE company to go to another country and sell that many tickets. This is by far, even at 60,000, even if they were not to sell a single ticket from here to the actual event, it would still be their biggest attendance ever. So Hats off
Well, there's
to everyone in England.
Well, there is a lot of wrestling fans over here. I mean, I've just noticed on one of the preview channels that we have over here that there's
Mhm.
WWE and then there's something called Raw now on the TV that you can sit and watch.
Yeah,
I mean,
Raw
obviously,
is Raw's their weekly show, their 3-hour weekly show of WWE.
Yep.
but I just noticed this on because I saw it the other day and I thought, oh, I can imagine Speedy and Big Dog sitting watching this, throwing things at the screen because.
Oh, and Almighty.
And I don't know about Almighty, but I thought Big Dog and Speedy definitely would,
No, but you said
I-
throwing things at the TV. Yes.
Yeah.
I watch it, but WWE, I mean, their storylines have gotten better over the last year or so. But for the most part, they're background noise for me. So I'll have it on while I'm doing something on the computer or whatever, and then if it's a match I want to see or listen to, I'll just kind of look up. But there isn't a lot of wrestling on a wrestling show as far as WWE is concerned. So in a 3-hour show, in 180 minutes that is Raw, there is approximately 43 to 45 minutes of actual wrestling going on. Everything else is either interviews or vignettes, videos, stuff like that. But in 180 minutes, there's only 45 minutes of actual wrestling. Maybe.
No, I've never watched it. I must be honest, it's not my kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no, I understand.
Sorry, Lewis. No, the rugby's still going on. I've only got latest scores, not final scores. That's why I haven't talked about the rugby. Hey, Lewis, I do apologise.
That's LUIS though, not LOUIS or anything like that. But it's LUIS.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I have eyes. In fact, I'm double glazed like yourself, and I can read.
That was not directed at you, anime girl, but knock yourself out.
Oh, I intend.
But Roger, I've seen you spell it LOSER. So I mean, what?
Whoa!
Wow, that's a shot against my brother. Let's see how he answers to that one. I'm not prepared to confirm nor deny that one, knowing that it could be explosive.
I thought the little brother would like that in you.
I'm
Roger,
willing to see the response.
Doesn't he spell Roger with DODGEO?
Here we go.
Yes, because my brother is using the phone option to dictate his thoughts and stuff like that and his comments. So, Lewis and Clark. Very good. Yes. All right. Well, legally, lad, I believe that's what's on your birth certificate. So, toma.
Whoa.
Anyway. But yeah, very good. LEWIS. But my brother does spell out, or he'll say my name to his phone, and my phone, or his phone, being as stupid as it is, spells Roger RODGER. So, and my brother does say, he says, "Look, I'm dictating it." I'm like, "You could have just stopped at aiding it, dick."
It is not LEWIS, damn it. That's why the rest of us are going to stay out of this family feud.
Oh, I doubt that. That's what I used when I was working at Disneyland. Oh, yes. Oh. And my brother, a tiny bit of trivia. For those of you that have been at Disneyland, you know that on their name tag, they have where they're from. Okay. Now, before they actually enforced the rules, as my brother will tell you, he actually had Wake Island on it. And for those of you that know anything, how did he get Wake Island? And he has a cool story about it. He is his tag. Hey, Lewis, can you take a picture of your tag? That'd be kind of neat. Folks, there are no facilities. There's no nothing. There's no way he could have been born on Wake Island, but it still is cool. It's like, it's getting away with it. It's really neat. So, but anyway, folks, we are in our last hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys on May 6th, 2023. You can hit the like, subscribe buttons, and tap the notification bell. Look at that. Almighty's going crazy with that comment down there. Maybe he'll whip out his cowbell.
I'm surprised you haven't talked about what today is, since you are a follower of them.
Go ahead, Big Dog.
Since today is Revenge of the Sith,
Ow.
may the Sith be with you.
Stop biting your tongue and respond, please.
It's actually a 3-day event, which is really kind of funny because you have May 4th, as in May the 4th be with you. Other people say May 5th is May the 6th, and then today is the 6th, is Revenge of the 6th or Revenge of the Sith, which is really kind of cool. Star Wars has 3 days right now. I was all right with the Big Dog. I didn't want to really start an argument with people because, you know, I'm just loyal to what I'm loyal to, but it's all right. I didn't want to distract from what we were endeavoring to do here today.
Well,
You're loyal to it. You're loyal to a guy with pointy ears.
I'm very loyal to it, yes.
I think it works out better for a nerdy Mexican like us because you know, you have May the 4th be with you, Cinco de Mayo, and then Revenge of the Sith. You know, today.
So
it
they bookend.
Yeah, and you party in the middle because you're Mexicans. Because you know you still keep partying. It's still a 3-day party. You know, just 2 nerds and 2 nerdy days and one celebrating your heritage.
And folks, once again, Cinco de Mayo is only a Mexican day. You want to piss off someone, talk to the Central American. Hey, do you celebrate Cinco de Mayo? Oh, goddamn, hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, my God. So it's just kind of neat. It's kind of fun doing that. But all right. So we're going to get to our next story. Who wants to go up next, folks? We still have quite a bit of time. I do want to finish by 10 a.m. because Evernew will be following us today. But I do have a calendar note that I believe Evernew will not be on the 20th. So if you guys want to go crazy on that day, hey, knock yourselves out. That'll be a good thing. But anyway, let's go and continue. Who's up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Big Dog, real quick. Would Backlash tonight be at regular time, or are they starting at special time because they are in Puerto Rico?
Good question. Let me see.
Do you understand the subtext of that, Speedy?
No.
In all the years that you've been on with us, that's the first time he says good question to you.
I know. I appreciate that.
Really? I do not.
5 p.m. Pacific time, so regular time.
Okay. That's what I thought. Because I noticed that SmackDown was still on at 8 o'clock, and I'm like, I don't think this will change the pay-per-view start time for anybody. So, but yeah, well, you're still looking at that. I've got my own news here. Pat McAfee and Samantha have welcomed their first daughter by saying today's the day we have both been dreaming of. He said, I can't wait to see where these little feet get to go. Beautiful girl, we love you. Mom and baby are healthy. Samantha and I are floating with joy. Thanks for all the good vibes. That's what he posted on Instagram. Variety has reported that Dark Side of the Ring Season 4 will premiere on May 30th, with one of their first stories included in the breakdown being that of Chris Candido and Tammy Finch, which was the real-life couple who went straight from high school sweethearts to 2 of the most tragic figures in the sport of wrestling. That's going to be interesting.
Just to let you know, also, with Puerto Rico, the reason why there's no time change is because they're Eastern time. So, like right now in Puerto Rico, it's 12:25. So they're only.
I don't know why I didn't realize that since they're in my time zone.
Yeah. So they're in the Eastern time zone. So that's why there's no change in time.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris Candido, man, he had so much potential. So
Dude,
much potential.
I would have loved to have met him.
It was a blood clot, right? If I'm not mistaken,
I think so.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So young too. I don't even think he hit 30. I will have to check that now. So for those who don't know, Chris Candido was a wrestler in the 90s, 80s. Full of potential. Worked for ECW and started to break out. And he had an injury, and he had knee surgery. I believe it was in his calf or his lower leg, and he had a blood clot, and the blood clot blew. It released and ended up having a coronary, and he died at a very, very young age. It is Chris Candido. Sorry, he died in 2005. Okay, so later on. Yeah, he was only 33 years old. Okay, so it says his actual death was acute pneumonia brought on by surgery, but I could have sworn it was a blood clot.
Yeah, I thought it was a blood clot too, but they didn't really.
Says on April. Here we go. He underwent surgery the next day to have titanium plates and screws inserted into his leg. He was at the following Impact tapings, managing the Naturals to be America's Most Wanted for the NWA World Tag Team Championship. This was on April 24th. This is when he was working, I guess, for TNA. It says on April 28th, he felt ill and his condition worsened during the day. He collapsed in the evening and was rushed to the Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Jersey, where he was diagnosed with pneumonia. Doctors drained his lungs, but Candido died soon afterwards. He was 33. Here we go. His brother Johnny initially believed Candido died due to a blood clot, the complication from surgery. But in the 2016 interview, he did reveal that the autopsy confirmed that he did not die from a blood clot, but rather acute pneumonia brought on by surgery.
Yeah, I read that too. I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that part, but I guess it makes sense. Having surgery done, and then you go back on the road, with all the changes in weather and the stress you put on your body from flying and so on and so forth. When you're already compromised, your immune system is already compromised from the surgery. It's not that hard to get an infection, and like most wrestlers, when they have a cold or there's only a little bit of pain, they just shrug it off as their usual day-to-day stuff. And unfortunately,
yeah. And Tammy, we pretty much know about Tammy being on and off and over the terrible.
I didn't hear.
Tammy is a
She's a wreck.
she's a walking wreck. I mean, she's forever in jail. In fact, she might be in jail again. I'm not sure. She's always in jail. But there is a pay-per-view today, though. What do you think? 7 matches on the agenda.
Yeah, I like how they ended SmackDown with Bad Bunny coming to help the Latino World Order to basically show me, hey, you know what, Damian Priest is not going to get one over on me. I'm going to beat him at Backlash. And people are like, no. I got so many messages this week and last week too. No, listen, it's WrestleMania Backlash. I'm like, no. They're not calling it that anymore. They're just going back to the original name, Backlash. End of discussion.
So for those who don't know, okay, go ahead. So for those who don't know what's going on, there's 7 matches tonight. These are the 7, and these are not the order that they're going to come out in. These just the way it's written. But you have Matt Riddle, Kevin Owens, and Sami Zayn versus the Bloodline, which is Solo Sikoa, Jey Uso, and Jimmy Uso. And, of course, Paul Heyman will be in the corner. Then you have Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Seth Rollins versus Omos, which is going to be a horrible match. You have a three-way, which is Austin Theory versus Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. That one should be fun. You have Bianca Belair defending her title against Io Sky with Bayley and Dakota Kai in Io's corner. You have Rhea Ripley defending her title versus Zelina Vega. Everybody is talking about this, that the only reason why Zelina is in this match is because they're in Puerto Rico. And I'm not sure if Zelina is Puerto Rican or not, but she is of Latino heritage. So it wasn't a surprise that they put her in this match because she had the hometown crowd behind her. But she's an extremely underrated wrestler. She's always been used as a valet or just in little gimmick matches or whatever. But I've seen her wrestle before. This girl can wrestle. She's very tiny in stature. I believe she's only about 5 feet tall, maybe 5'1", and weighs maybe 110 pounds. So, and to go against someone like Rhea Ripley, who is 5'9" and probably about 160 to 180 pounds, but muscle. So, I'm hoping that WWE allows Zelina to wrestle the way she knows how to wrestle. I'm hoping it's not going to go 30 minutes, nor it should. But I'm hoping for a good 12 to 15-minute match where Zelina can show off what she can do in the ring. We all know she's going to lose. But I'm hoping for a good showing. And then, of course, the main event is going to be Damian Priest versus Bad Bunny, who is, for those who don't know the music business, Bad Bunny pretty much is the number one guy out there right now, singing-wise. So for him to get in there and have this match, he is very athletic. He's done a couple of He's done a couple of spots in wrestling matches. He knows his stuff. But to be an actual match, I don't think this is going to go long. And Bad Bunny, of course, is going to win. For those people who think Damian Priest has a chance, if this was a real fight, Damian Priest would put that guy in the hospital. But this is wrestling, and they're not going to have a guy come in to do a match that is worth literally hundreds of millions of dollars, in the music business. There were some assurances made, and of course, he's not going to go in and lose a match in Puerto Rico, his home country, excuse me. So I'm looking for something entertaining, though, because Bad Bunny has done some pretty entertaining moves. He has a pretty great-looking Canadian destroyer. If anybody doesn't know what a Canadian destroyer is, look it up. It's amazing. Yeah. So, and Priest can pull it off. The height disparity might cause some problems, but for the most part, it should be an entertaining match. We'll see how the pay-per-view goes.
And as far as Zelina Vega goes, they talked about it last night on SmackDown, where they said, well, her father, her stepfather, her great-grandfather, and her brother were all wrestlers. So I'm like, that's a lot of wrestling heritage.
I think they were wrestling fans. Because I know the father, he died. He was a cop or something like that. He died in 9/11. He was in Towers. Because they did a whole thing on that.
That's what I thought too. So I was surprised when they said, "Well, her father
she is Puerto Rican,
and brother are here tonight." Okay.
See, so they got it wrong. So she's Puerto Rican descent. It said she grew up watching professional wrestling with her father and her younger brothers. So that's what it is. They weren't wrestlers. They just enjoyed watching wrestling together. Yeah, he was not a police officer. I take that back. I just found out. He was a telecom analyst for Cancer Fitzgerald in the World Trade Center. He was on the 103rd floor of the North Tower. And she was 10 years old when it happened.
Yep. And a piece of the past is returning for pro wrestling collectibles if you are a collector of wrestling stuff. This is for you, which is Mattel,
Let's
which
hear
is W Action Figure
Oh.
Distributor, has seized hold of old school nostalgia with the crowdfunding campaign. The Toy Giant is creating the WCW Nitro entrance stage, a spectacular tribute to W's one-time rival, which friend of mine got a hold of, and I've seen the picture. He got it for his son. It looks amazing. It looks just like the real Nitro set. They got everything down to the actual T. It's cool. Very cool.
Cool.
So,
I just looked
Yeah,
up
something
that
I'll be
movie
getting back.
what about Big Dog.
Oh, uh-huh.
Yeah, we know it's a pile driver, but yeah, I get it. You know,
Well,
Bridget
it
the
is,
Midget
but
can pull it off. So
it's a pile driver, but the thing is with the flip, though, that's what makes
Yeah.
it the sightseeing part of it. So
Yeah.
we've talked about that before here, that it's not the guy, it's not the wrestler doing the move, it's the wrestler receiving it that's got to sell it, because he's the one that's got to do the jump. Because essentially the one that's doing the move, even though he's not really doing it, all he's doing is just jumping over the back of the guy. But it's the guy that's receiving it. He's the one that's got to do the backflip with him, and that's when he trusts the guy that's going over him to tuck him in between his knees, high enough so that he doesn't, splat his head.
yeah, definitely.
I was somewhat confused, so I went looking. I got to be honest. You say, when it comes to some of these wrestling moves, I sit there and think, what the hell are they talking about?
If that confuses you, you should watch. If you were to be extremely bored one day and able to watch New Japan Wrestling and have those announcers talk about all the moves, they use all the actual wrestling terms for these moves, and like a certain arm drag that they do, they call it a Fujikatami arm drag. You just have to know, because of course a lot of these moves are named after the wrestlers who first invented them, and WWE has always gotten away from that, and they never want to give credit or say the person's name, because they never wrestled for WWE, so you can acknowledge someone outside of that. And that's been Vince's thing all the time. AEW has no problem talking about it. They've kind of gotten away from that rule this last year because of all the intermingling that's been going on. That especially as fans, that we know that it's scripted and we accept it, and so they've been letting little hints drop here and there where they'll mention people outside of WWE, but only certain wrestlers can do it, though.
The only Japanese wrestling I ever listened to is sumo wrestling, and that.
Oh, okay. I've seen that. That is very interesting. I had never watched it up until a few years ago, and it's just interesting, and all the mental preparedness that has to go into what you're trying to do. And it seems simple, but it's not.
No. You see some of these guys and the speed that they move, and they've said, the slapping that they do, that, if you're not trained to accept it, I mean, it can do a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are big guys.
Very big.
But, they got, Fijians and all sorts doing it now, and they just, you think, wow. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I'd be considered a lightweight in sumo.
I wouldn't even make a paperweight, but there you go. But yeah, I mean, they get these kids in, 8, 9, 10 years old, and they just bring them up, and you think, wow, these guys, they move.
And those dojos are super strict. And there is a hierarchy to that. Oh, there is a hierarchy. If you're on the top, if you're one of the main, sumos, and you're up there, boy, when they first bring
Yukosama in it, or
Yokozuna.
That's it, Yokozuna. That's the one.
Yeah.
It's just, you think, wow. But then Japan is a very hierarchical,
Yes.
people.
Oh,
They
definitely.
I mean, the way a friend like you and I would talk in Japan, if I was to say Roger was my boss, I couldn't talk to him the same way.
Mhm.
There'd have to
Yep.
be some form of respect there. So, don't get hopes up, Roger. It ain't happening.
I was gonna say Roger would love being in Japan.
Yeah. What would you be, a sensei or? Yeah.
We could only speak to Roger unless we were spoken to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the little grin. There we go. It started.
It happened. I just controlled it.
But
I've been grinning the whole time. Culturally, I wish I was there, but in Japan, I'd be a failure.
No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'd have to call him senpai or something,
What the hell?
or a sensei. Wouldn't be a sensei because you're
Sensei?
not a doctor, so it'd be a senpai. Senpai is up high, you see. Kohai is lower down. I'm probably saying it wrong and butchering the language, but you get the general idea.
Young lady, you lived out in the Asian Pacific region, so
Yeah.
I would never argue with you the pronunciations.
I would, because the Japanese way of speaking is weird. I mean, we in the West say Tokyo, whereas the Japanese don't. They go Tokyo, and it goes up at the end, not down. The pitch, the way you say a word, can completely change the meaning of that word. So you have to be careful. Like I said, I say senpai and kohai. I'm probably butchering it because I haven't got the pitch correct.
Yeah, thank goodness that we're not even discussing the Mandarin, which has over 1,000 characters.
Listen, it took me 3 years to say Happy New Year in Cantonese. Don't go anywhere near Mandarin.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not. I don't have the time nor the inclination.
3 years, and all I ever learned to say was Happy New Year in Cantonese. Yeah.
How do you say it? Let's hear it.
Gung hei fai shoi.
There it is. Yep.
Don't say that about my mama.
Oh, you can say your mama? Your mama's whatever. Yeah.
There were these two herbs that my father took in the late 80s, early 90s. And I think one was Chin Pi Tao and the other one was Hia Sao Hao Fang Sang. It was wild. That was the entire length of it. And it was good. And when I asked for it, he just looked at me. He says, I'm sure he looked at the other guy and said, the gringos are back. So, yeah, and I want to tell him, I'm like, no, we're Latin, but whatever.
Were they herbal supplements or what?
Yes, they were vitamins, but they were herbal supplements. They were very specific to what he had, and it worked for him.
Okay. As long as it works.
Hia Sao Hao Fang Sang. I've tried to learn welcome, thank you, and it don't matter. I'm not even close.
I've learned more Japanese. I've learned more Japanese watching anime than I ever did learning Chinese living in Hong Kong. Believe you me.
I believe that. Wow.
Yeah, I can say good day and how are you. It's, you just have to. As I say, it's the pitch accents that really screw you up because we just don't have it in the Western language. We emphasize certain words, whereas in Japan they don't.
Let me switch gears because we are down about 15 minutes, and I know you gentlemen haven't really discussed quite a bit of wrestling. There may be another story in there, but folks, over here in the United States of America, next Saturday is Stamp Out Hunger. So, folks, for those of you that have received your paper bags, that's exactly what it is through the Postal Service. Next Saturday, 8 days from today, the volunteer postal workers will be collecting any canned foods and maybe dry foods, but canned foods. This is the largest food drive in the United States of America. It is incredibly done, well done. This is how the food banks survive, and it's based off Stamp Out Hunger. Folks, there's always someone that needs a little bit more, and one can represents one meal. They're in their 27th year of doing this, and sometimes I've only been able to give out 2 cans, and sometimes I give more than that, but I've always given at least 2. And I invite all of you in the United States of America to find out if your postal worker will be doing it or not. And just, you can put out a paper bag and you can put out a can or 2 and they'll pick it up. This is the best thing that you can do. And it doesn't matter what it is. 1 can is a meal for someone else who doesn't have. Stamp out hunger, folks. It's next Saturday. We'll be talking about it again. Thank you. Almighty?
This just in. Free comics are $1 each.
That's all he thought was program is like? Well, thanks
all
for
we
that
did.
information.
Yeah. We still haven't covered the Kentucky Derby, Scorekeeper.
No, we did not. And that is today, the Kentucky Derby, the 149th running. The Preakness will be on the 20th, 2 weeks from today, the 148th. And then the Belmont on June 10th, the 155th. Very quickly, for the Kentucky Derby this year, there is no real standout, any particular horse that people are looking at. So it is a genuine draw, a pick 'em, call them whatever you want. More likely a pick 'em, I think. There is no favorite, but it is a big deal, folks. The running will be later on this evening. And as you know, the Triple Crown winners are determined from these 3 races. The Kentucky, Preakness, actually it's the Anime Girl, is it the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and Belmont. So over the next few weeks, the Triple Crown in horse racing will be taking place. Thank you for that, Anime Girl.
No problem.
Place your bets. Place your bets. Dreem, I'm sure, probably has a bet in there somewhere.
No, I mean, I can't even pick a 3-legged donkey to win, so I've got no chance on a horse race. As a friend of mine once said, I'd lose a one-legged ass kicking contest. So there you go.
Well, the favorite 4K was scratched, so that is why most likely it is such an open field. The favorites though are, pull this up real quick. Where the hell was it? The favorites? Tapit Trice, going for 5 to 1. Angel of Empire is an 8 to 1. And those are the only 2 favorites. The contenders are Derma Sotogaki.
Hey, stop it!
10 to 1 odds. That horse just won in Dubai. It is a Japanese-based horse, bred. That was bred specifically to win the Kentucky Derby. Damn. Then it is King's Barnes going to 12 to 1. 2 Phils going 12 to 1. Verifying going 15 to 1. And Mage going 15 to 1. The long shots, which, of course, Sports Talk with the guys called. How many years ago, Scorekeeper? 10 years ago?
It was 2009.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And
we
called
called
the winner.
1 and 2.
Yep. Had we actually put money, we would all be we'd all be mansions, but we just prognosticated it and we were right. Anyway,
and the guy that we told, he laughed at us.
Yes, he did.
And we were right.
These are the long shots. Confidence Game is 20 to 1. Disarm is 30 to 1. And Reincarnate is 50 to 1. It says other horses in the field are Hit Show 30 to 1. Jace's Road 50 to 1. Sun Thunder 50 to 1. Ray's Cane 50 to 1. Rocket Can 30 to 1. Cyclone Mischief 65 to 1. Mandarin Hero 62 to 1. and King Russell 50-1. Those are the horses. 23 horses, it looks like. It's a humongous field. Holy crap, 23 horses. I didn't know it went across that far.
Small cavalry charge, isn't it, really?
No kidding, jeez. And there you go.
And there you go. Do you wish to speak, Scorekeeper?
No, thank you. I'm thrilled.
And
Just happy
here's
to
a
be
little
here.
bit. Here's a little bit more info on the Kentucky Derby. It's a $3 million purse to be awarded to the connections of the top 5 horses. The winner gets $1.86 million. Second place gets $600,000. Third, $300,000. Fourth, $150,000, and fifth, $90,000. The jockeys also receive a prize. The winning rider receives $186,000. Oh, I thought they would have earned more.
Big Dog, Jay's got a question. He says, did you say Jason Road as a horse?
I said, let me see where the hell those are now. God damn it. I said contenders, long shots. Jace's, JACE''S, Jace's Road.
Oh, there you go, Jay. He didn't say Jason Road.
There you go, Jay.
50-1 long shot.
Well,
Okay, well, very quickly, a man tried to kidnap Sonya Deville. Yes, that's Sonya Deville from WWE. He's just been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Philip Thomas reportedly accepted a new plea deal agreement to attempted kidnapping, burglary, and aggravated stalking, in which he was sentenced to 15 years probation. 2, police say Thomas attempted to kidnap Deville, whose real name is Daria Bernetto, back in 2020. So there you go with that one.
I remember that. Yeah, he broke into the house, and Mandy was actually there with her. She was just visiting, just by chance. And yeah, he was a deranged fan that took it too far, and luckily they were able to fight him off. And I can't remember if they actually subdued him there, or if he was caught, after he left. But she was very rattled by that for a few months, where she wouldn't even stay in her home for, I think, the first 2 or 3 months. She was staying with friends. I think Mandy Sachs she was staying with Mandy most of the time, but it really shook her.
Oh yeah, I bet.
yeah.
She should get a guard dog.
Right. I wouldn't want that. I mean, sofa surfing after that, I don't blame her. Not really.
No.
No, and 2 final stories. Nikki Cross might not be wrestling a whole lot at the moment, but she does have plenty of reason to be excited about what's going on outside of the ring. Monday, she posted on Twitter to say that she handed in her master's degree dissertation, which had a deadline of May 1st, declaring, "Hey guys, I did it! My dissertation for master's had just been handed in." She also thanked fans for their support along the way, as well as an interview subject she had, before adding, "What do y'all think? PhD maybe next?" Accompanied by a laughing, sticking tongue out emoji.
Did she say what the dissertation is on? I mean, what's the degree going to be for? Did she say? Just
No,
curious.
she's
Okay.
not sure. She hasn't made up her mind. That's why she said, "Do you think I should try out for a PhD next?"
No,
So
she's not sure about. She's not sure about going for a PhD. She knows what the degree is going to be in, because she did a dissertation.
Yeah.
But obviously she didn't put it down what
No.
No. Okay.
Interesting.
That's what I said. And last but not least, everyone kept sending me videos, and I'm probably you too as well, Big Dog. And maybe Almighty, who knows,
Oh,
about the subtle impact where people are saying that that's not her, that's somebody else.
Who?
It's like, well, it's her because it's her voice. Very clearly, I can hear it.
Who are you talking about?
Hold on, my phone won't. There it is.
All this time you were quiet to set all this up.
Well, they said that Naomi, it's not the girl that appeared at Impact and made her debut this week. It's not Naomi, it's somebody else. But if you watch the video, it's her.
Yeah, it's her. And they've announced that it was her, and she announced on her Twitter that she had joined TNA. So
Yeah.
I don't know what people are talking about. She looks a little bit different because her hair is different, and she's doing different makeup because she can't do Naomi. She's doing Trinity because her name is, her real name is Trinity. Trinity Fatu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And, so of course they look different.
Well, yeah, all she did, people, was dye her hair. That's it. But like I said, watch the video where she made her Impact debut. It's her voice, it's her. It's just she's under a different name. Because, WWE doesn't like people using their name.
Well, they own the name, that's why.
Yeah, they own the name. And last but not least, next Friday, I'm still going to try and get tickets for this. But the Motor City Machine Guns are coming to Newark, California. I'm going to try and get a picture up with them. And one of our legendary wrestlers is hanging it up. He's retiring. Maybe retiring. But I think this is really it for him. He's been wrestling for BTW for, years and years. Hot guy Shane Cody. Look him up too, and once you have the picture, you'll see what I mean. That's it for me. I'm out of here to go check out Free Comic Book Day because doors are about to open.
Yeah, I'm.
See you later, Speed Man.
Myself, before I have my stuff I have to get done, I'm gonna see if I can get away and get to it too. If not, we'll see what happens. But that's good. Actually, I think I'm gonna have to go now. So it is all good.
Well, before you go, Scorekeeper, since you talked about beards being too long, challenge accepted.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Almighty, you going to grow yours out?
You're going to grow your beard?
Yes.
Well,
I knew it.
Merry Christmas to you. There is no dress code here. There's no nothing, as evidenced by what we have today. Jay says, "Let's talk, Almighty, today." So,
Hey, I'm wearing a very nice T-shirt here. So.
Yes. I have not got to your anime you suggested last week, Anime Girl. Sorry, but it is in my queue, and I know where to watch it if I need to, and I will probably try to get to it this week.
No problem. You watch it whenever you can. At least you'll do more than Roger, because I said one to him and I've never heard anything back.
He's a busy man. He has to see his massage therapist, and who knows what goes on there, and then his psychiatrist, and then who knows whatever he needs to do to get himself better, and we hope that happens.
And I want to thank you for that. Look, folks, not trying to be a little bitch about this, but I'm going to be a big bitch about this. Unfortunately, I do have, on average, one appointment a day, and that's just to me. And then it's just I have a minimum of one a day, so it's just a little bit right now. But I just got to get through it.
Okay.
Right.
Someone mute themselves.
What was that? The return of OD?
It was the return of the beard.
No, he thought he muted himself, but he took the camera off instead.
Yeah,
Dumbass. Dumbass.
Damn, that was a good one, though.
Okay, hey, Jay, you should join us as we go off air right now. So we're going to end today's program. Jay, you have the code. Come on in. I know Almighty and I are going to have a conversation after as we finish up. So just go ahead and do it. So, folks, we are out of here. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Peace, guys.
Sorry.
Peace.
Later.
Have a good day on
How do you
Anime
mom?
Girl.